Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Today I'm going to be creating a new character and starting one of the other starting areas. I'm planning on making it Limsa Lominsa. So, let's get started, shall we? And I was thinking of creating a Viera. Sounds good. Make her shorter though. 0. There we go. Bust size, I don't really care about that right now. Actually, I really don't care about it. Well, I kind of like that one. When it comes to the face. I do like the first one. Let's stay with the first one. Skin color's fine. Let's see what we can do about the hair, though. Oh, we got several options. Kinda nice. I don't know. That one's kinda cute with the flowers in it. I like that one. Let's go with that. Now, hair color. I don't want it to be gray-ish. Yeah, like that. Highlights. Yeah, that's nice. Let's go with that. Jaw. Jaw's fine. Eyes are fine. Let's change the color up though. Let's go with some kind of. Let's see here. Purple looks nice. Let's go with that. Eyebrows. That one's fine. I like the nose. I do like the fourth one. The first one looks okay. So does the second one. Let's go with the second one. Lip color's fine. Ears. Let's look at the ears. Why do those look really weird? I don't know, that part just looks really, really weird. Let's go with the first one. Now, ear length. Let's shorten those. There we go. Facial features. What is this one? Oh, it makes my eyelashes longer, it looks like. That I don't care about. We can do that. And we can do that. Tattoos. What kind of color should the tattoos be? And the same as her eyes, I guess. Sure. Oh, can't I get freckles from this? I can. Or I can go with war paint. They make her look like Ayla from Skyrim. Let's go with freckles. There we go. Yeah, I guess that one's fine. Actually, wait, no. Yeah. Okay. Which one do I choose? Close my eyes and... Okay. Alright. Confirm. I don't know, what kind of god would you have? Would you be one of knowledge? Goddess of fate, huh? Water of celestial bodies. Ruler of the mountains, and god of travelers and vagrants. Fair of architecture and industry, and god of the arts. God of destruction, goddess of inquiry. Goddess of abundance. Surveyor of change and space, the god of time. Let's go with this one. Maybe. Or this one, since she's a rabbit. Yeah, let's go with Nafika. And Limsa Lominsa, so I'll be a marauder. I'm not really fond of the magic. Shame you can't choose a rogue from this list. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. Solera. So, what was the name I was going with? Yeah, let me see if I can pull up my little thing here. Heidi Schrötter. Yeah, I spelled that one right. It's, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to leave that open. Can I... Oh, God, what? I didn't mean to do that. Also, I could have sworn I had that thing copied. Let's try that again. Oh. Well, I guess it doesn't... I guess you're not able to put the O in. Oh well. Okay, let's try that again, but... wrong button. It's supposed to be German, but... I can't get like the little 2 dots that are above the O in there, so... this is gonna have to work. Also, I need to keep doing this. Let's get rid of that. Alright. Yeah, only hyphens, letters, and apostrophes can be used. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Let's confirm. Yes. And Q. Well, we will be waiting here just for a little bit, I think. There we go.
Here.
To be honest, those are some crazy looking heels.
Here. Feel.
Oi! You alright, lass? You were moaning in your sleep, and sweating buckets besides. Rolling of the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Don't seem like seasickness. Now that I look at you, it'll be the ether then, I reckon. Excuse me a sec. Alright, back. Sorry about that. Some are more sensitive to the stuff than others, see, and we ain't too far from Valbrand now, which is chock full of etherites. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Oh, that's my dog. She found a squeaky toy. Ugh. Might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Ship's leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck. Get myself a breath of fresh air. Limsa Lominsa's still a fair way off, in case you were wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how's about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't much care for conversation, see. Any road. Brennan's the name, and peddlin's me trade. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lass, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you were one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business, these days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? To gain power. Power? As in their power to do good, like protecting the weak and fighting for what's right and all that. Aye, I thought that's what you meant. Well, adventurers do get up to a lot of fighting, that's for sure. You'll never be short of a chance to polish your warcraft in the adventuring business. Once we make port, you'd best sign yourself up to the Adventurers Guild. They'll set you on the right path. And it wouldn't hurt to join a guild neither. Limsa's home to a few, so if you fancy learning how to swing an axe or even sling a spell, you should think about seeking one out. Just remember though, there are more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Wow! Ships off the starboard bow! Pirate colors! Pirates, bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below! What is the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Lominsan colors. Bastards either have a boatload of balls or bugger all for brains. You can rest easy, friends. We've made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark'll catch this flighty temptress once the wind's in her sails. That was too bloomin' close. Glad one of us kept her head on her shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If them pirates give up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head up on the deck and have us a look, shall we? The ships are pretty full. By the by, is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? Why, yes it is. It is! Well then, let this journey to itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. Limsa Lominsa prides itself on being Eorzea's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folk ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with, like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Shahagan are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. Them are the sea-dwelling beast-men the locals call fishbacks, in case you didn't know. Ah, at long last. Land ho! Behold, Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlaen, goddess of navigation.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Rotano Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer. Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlaen.
Oh, it's Limlaen? Is that how it's pronounced?
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
Here's scoping through the axe. And here's where we part ways, alas. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares. Then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, You never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on her life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Hey, you there! I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Ah, an adventurer fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. Allow one of Limsa Lominsa's finest to set you on the right path. Up to it, lass. I haven't got all day. Keyboard. Don't want to be. No, go away. Kind of wish this would say for all characters. That must have been the pet name thing. I guess I found it then. Anyways, never. Yeah, when targeted. I guess that's fine. Still need the other thing. Where is it? I think it was active help, wasn't it? Yes. So let's get rid of that. Pie. I think I got it. Although I do want to remove that, smooth these around. Yep. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city. And without a bit of local knowledge, You're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So before you do anything else, get yourself over to the Drowning Wench and enroll with the Adventurers Guild. It's not far, just head straight down the street and speak with Griefar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you up to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Byrnjolf. He's the proprietor of the wench. He might curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got all that? Good. Now run along, and may the navigator guide you on your journey. Is that what my footsteps sound like? It's so strange. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If you've a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the Crow's Lift will take you there. Greetings to ye, lass. Let me say that again. Greetings to ye, lass. What'll it be? Ah, but ye ain't there for the drink, are ye? Oh God, I forgot. Yes. Oh dear. You've come with a mind to try your hand at venturing, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shortage of work here in Limsa. The name's Byrnjolf, and this most hospitable of hostelries is the Drowning Wench. There's also the home of the Adventurers Guild here in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specially for handling guild business, and why I seem to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. That's gonna be really weird to read from here on out. Adventurers have a knack for finding trouble, see? Now that they need it in these ports, on account of there being trouble wherever ye look, if ye manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get ye instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Guardian Empire to finish the job. Oh no. No one knows what they're planning, of course. But if they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again and you'll see people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame them after everything that's happened? Eorzea took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our homes weren't the only things what got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice-damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories too, and no one's been able to explain it in a way that makes an ounce of sense. None none of the folks what saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree ah on how the tale actually goes. It is all foggy, like recollections from an odd night on the ale. You can imagine why people might fear for the future if they can't rightly recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and that's the group of adventurers that laid down their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, though we ain't forgotten what they did for us. This goddamned calamity spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their damn faces. It's like staring at a gull lying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is the shadow set against the blind glare. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the old gull. It's this what's got people calling these heroes the warriors of light. If Limsa's even going to put this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new heroes, like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them, and that's why any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What say ye, lass? You willing to lend us your strength? Me thanks to ye, and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steer ye my way for a reason. Ah, but listen to me, Yatterin. Unlike a sun-touched fishwife, is that we got your mark in me book. Print your scroll right there. Heidi Schrötter, is it? And a fine name it is. Congratulations. You're now an upstanding member of the Adventurers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed in on the last ferry, did you not? The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description went out on deck mere moments before the incident took place. Setting your friend's signals, were you? Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong lass. This fine upstanding young lady is me dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. The lass wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with such unsavory elements. Is that right? You're surely aware of the recent kidnappings? Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when the loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt. Aye, ye make a good point there, officer. A very good point. Very wise. Ye needn't worry, though. I keep one eye open at all times. Me and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say ye to a tankard of me finest ale before ye return to your duties, eh? Not a watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope. Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Merthor. Ugh. But that don't mean it won't get ye good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on. So kick off them heavy boots, eh? You'll have to excuse these eager, bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spat of kidnappings, see, and they ain't got a clue who's behind 'em. Naturally, they've taken to clamping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means venturers, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Lominsans can be an headstrong bunch of bastards. 'Tis true, but given time, we'll grow on ye. Now, where was I? Oh, aye. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons, after a few too many black belly whiskies. Now take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started with learning ye the ways of the city. It's gonna be horrible when I come back here with Byrnjolf. This concludes the tutorial. Talk to him again. Right then, let's start ye off nice and easy with 3 tasks which'll help ye get used to life here in Limsa. Firstly, if ye head down the floor, then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. That's an aetheryte, a device that can move ye from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providing there's an aetheryte where ye want to go, of course. Have a chat with the yellow jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. For ye do that, though, remember to touch the thing, strange as it sounds. And it won't work till you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your adventuring bits and pieces for sale in the district which lies beyond the aetheryte. Don't go throwing your gill around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker'n ye can say. Why's me coin purse so light? Have a word with Swazblade instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this old octant, and he'll treat you, and you'll treat ye well. For the last of me helpful hints, I suggest ye meet some fellow axe wielders at the Marauders Guild. I guarantee you'll learn a few new tricks for swinging that head splitter of yours if you join their crew. Lathoda at the front desk is the one to get ye started. But all that, lass, seeing to them 3 tasks will take ye on a little jaunt around the city and help ye work out where everything is. Now, I've best be getting on. Run along, eh? Huggerit. There I go, sending ye off without telling ye somewhat crucial. That bloody calamity has made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Any road, while you're out, if ye happen to pass any poor sods what looks like they might need your help, consider giving their tale of woe a listen, eh? Sounds like a chore, I admit, but ye never know what interesting opportunities could be lurking out there, just waiting for ye to stumble on them. For example, Linnea over yonder's been casting glances at ye since ye waltzed in. Why not lend an ear and see what she has to say? Aye, you'd like to find yourself running all the errands in the beginning, but once ye build a reputation as womenfolk can trust, the jobs will get harder and the rewards more generous. If you've the time, I'd also seek the advice of the smiths ere in the wench. The lads as bear and tight. The lads as bear that title have some fine advice for them what are just starting out in the profession. And that, my girl, is how ye go about becoming a legend among adventurers. Oh God. My mouth's getting dry. Yeah. To leave the drowning wench, you must accept this quest. Yeah, you're not allowed to leave until you accept that quest. It's here. Yep. I don't mean to be rude, miss, but I know a green adventurer when I see one. Trust me when I say you'd be better off having a chat with all the folk here before you start wandering the city, like some wide-eyed farmers get. Ah, that was you that told me that, huh? Alright, well, let's talk to you. Oh, would you look at this? A shiny new adventurer. Listen close, lass. I have some information that might just help you. That just might help put you on the map here in Limsa. I was passing through Bulwark Hall below not long ago and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been the black market wares known as dream flowers. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How the plants end up in the mast? Who knows? Might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handling them. By handing them in. I think the last conversation I had really got me tongue-tied. Speak to Skinrail? Skinrail? Oh dear. And she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs and take them to... Oh God. Old Skiff. Sure. At the Octent. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. You wish to visit the Bulwark Hall below? The crow's lift is ready when you are. Yay! Get me out of here. I bet the person that I talked to is the one that dropped these herbs, since it leads right to the lift. Here you go, sir. Yes, I'm Old Skiff. You have some herbs you wish me to examine. So it has relaxing properties when either ingested or smoked. Did I just pick up the devil's lettuce? Yes, as you suspected, these are the highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are the prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Oh dear. Forgive me. I could not resist the jest. These herbs are not more than Baltic lavender, a common enough export from Limsa Lominsa. In fact, these probably spilled from the crates that were loaded onto my very own ship. I think someone has been having a bit of fun with you, miss. But not to worry. You've learned a few things and made a new acquaintance. Well met. By the way, if you're looking for something to do, by way of thanks for delivering my scattered lavender, I have a nugget of information that may prove useful to you. You see, I was recently approached by an unkempt seafarer, which is not, I admit, particularly unusual for a man in my profession. What was unusual was that he offered a generous sum of gil to be introduced to any adventurers I might know. In my experience, sailors are not known to carry such a wealth of coin about their person. Really? Especially with the alehouses of Limsa Lominsa so close at hand. Kidnappings have not been uncommon these past moons. I suggest you take this information and speak with Glazrael, the guard who stands at the entrance to East Hawker's Alley. It never hurts to show a spirit of cooperation to the authorities, lass. So who invited me here? It doesn't say who sent it. Details. Who sent this to me? Is it you? No, you're from home. Who the hell is Hades? Oh. That would be you. Well, no, I do not want to join. Sorry. Just touch this lever right here. Oh god, so loud. Ah, another novice adventurer. Aye, Veteran has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. I am Senhimmel, one of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping the peace in the city. It is also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They are primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport, the most common transportation spells, make direct use of the Aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune herself to each one. Once you have expanded your horizons beyond the walls of the city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. Okay. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. Aetherites found in and around the city will be sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about Aetherites or transportation magic, I will be here to answer your questions. Excuse me, miss, but might you have a moment or two to spare? You seem the type who enjoys being accosted for menial tasks, and I require someone to make a delivery to the dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss. I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't heard of them. The sisters prefer not to advertise their presence here in Limsa Lominsa. They do, however, provide a rather unique service, of which the Bruguiere Consortium has recently been the beneficiary. I would have you deliver this package to their doorman. Loanward? Oh dear. Along with our profuse gratitude. Oh, this person died. That's kind of cool looking armor. It looks like a it looks like the Dark Knight armor. Is that what that is? No, I guess not. Looks cool though. It's so loud. Crystal Sweetnix is beauteous, gobby, and craft smart trade maker. Sweetnix makes busy deal with uplanders. He deliver letter to Gata Milven, but Sweetnix has shakes. Uplander walks to gate of Milven for Sweetnix. Uplander delivers letter to tax lady Taya? Oh no, more names I can't pronounce. And Lominsa's too crowded, it's so loud here. This is disturbing news. Your initiative is appreciated, adventurer. I'll have the captain place the Yellow Jackets on high alert. And while I have your ear, I need you to visit Freedwib and tell her the same thing you told me. You'll find her a bit further down East Hawker's Alley. Freedwib has frequent dealings with adventurers, so any warning you give her should soon spread through the city. It's actually kind of nice. Who's playing that? Oh, okay, good. It's quieter over here. A fine evening to you, madam. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born of wonders. It sounds like I'm saying wanders instead of wonders. Under the weight of wonders born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate upon the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend to some cargo, but recently arrived at the docks. You bear a gift from veteran. Whatever could it? Ah, my oxen. By the navigator. I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicated memories. Ah, there we go. Sounds much better now. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent, Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. It goes without saying that Hawker's Alley boasts stalls specializing in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potions and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. But verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself. You misadventurer, I have work for you. Oh, I love her outfit. It's very cute. I would have you pose as a customer and survey the market's current prices. Surely I did not see you balk at so simple a task. All you need do is strike up a conversation with the shop owners and glance over their wares. There are three merchants that interest me. Iron Thunder, Kyorun, and Sinil? Okay. Write down all you see on this price list and hand it to Fainsing on West Hawker's Alley. He shall reward you for your service. Greetings, miss. Might I interest you in the services of a retainer? What's this? Some suspicious seafarer is on the prowl for gullible adventurers. A possible suspect in the recent kidnappings, you think? Well, I'll be sure to pass on that warning to my customers. What with all the merchants and travelers milling through Hawker's Alley, these kinds of unsavory activities can often go unnoticed. In any case, I promise to keep a sharp lookout for anyone being accosted by strange-looking sailors. Well met, lass. Cast her peepers over these beauties. Not a spot of rust to be found. Every piece fresh from the forges of Naldic and Vimelis. Oh damn, that's a really cool looking sword right there. Ethernet shard! Fine. You have access to the Ethernet now. Kyorun welcomes welcome customer. Kyorun loves his lovely trade. Kyorun's goods are goodly made. That's a fine rod. A fine rod indeed. Okay. A fine evening to you, miss. What can I interest you in? Why, you seem interested in most everything, don't you? That was a poor way of... okay, hang on. A fine evening to you, miss. What can I interest you in this? Why, you seem interested in most everything, don't you? Is this another one of those investigations? Well, I have nothing to hide. We're the one that made a list for Swazblade. Let's have it. Let's have it then. Nothing wrong with the markets, as far as I can tell. Ye oft times get pirates selling stolen goods at cutthroat prices, and that drives the numbers down right across Ocker's Alley. Thanks to these reports, though, we can tell at a glance when shady dealings are taking place. Good work, lass. Where's Sweetnix with those import records? Without the proper documentation, I'm afraid we shall have to expel him from the city. Why, these are Sweetnix's records. Glad I am to see they were submitted in time. Honestly, you would think that Goblin would have lost his fear of our offices by now. Every month he is to submit these papers, and every month his tardiness forces me to consider his removal. As long as one follows proper procedure, Limsa Lominsa is quite welcoming of foreign traders. Pray convey these words to Sweetnix. Perhaps it will aid in soothing the poor goblin's fears. Here at Milven's Gate, we inspect all the goods that are imported into Limsa Lominsa, and collect duty as the law requires. Some merchants, however, seek to evade this obligation, and we must chase them down. I would be grateful if you could deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named Sundhimmel, whom you will find at the Octant, and the other to a woman named Letitia, who works at the Bismarck. If you are uncertain as to the whereabouts of the Bismarck, ask Sundhimmel when you meet him, and he will point you in the right direction. Okay. Guess I can go. Wait. Let's go the long way around, I guess. Through all the loud crowds. It's pretty cool though how when there's a whole host of people, there's a whole like whole group of mumbling in the background. Makes it really sound like a busy city. Uplander delivered letter to Jada Melvin. Uplander has wide heart and swift legs. Tax lady Pitaya has kind backwards for Sweetnix. Sweetnix has outflow of Troy for tax lady Pitaya. Oh god, I'm never gonna pronounce that name right. Sweetnix is happy, Gobby. Gives Uplander jingly shine. Yay, 103 jingly shine. Well, I think I'll just go this way first. Oh, it just got quiet all of a sudden again. Is this what gives me the dance request or what? No, you are the sage. I like your outfit. Aye, this is the dutiful sisters of the other. Aye, this is the dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss, a house of deep reflection and meditation. So unless you've proper business with us, you can kindly bugger off. What's this then? A parcel from the Bruguer Consortium? Eh? Let's have a peek inside. Oh, walnut bread and ginger cookies. And a few of them, Bismarck finger sandwiches too. Them Consortium culls know the right way to show appreciation. Some of them sisters have unholy appetites, so I'd best save a few bites for myself before I take this inside. You let Janasim know we're always here, should her boss have need of us again. Do I ever come into contact with the Consortium? I don't remember. I guess somebody's giving away pets or something. You've delivered the package as I requested. Very good. I shall pass on the sister's sentiments to my superior. What manner of services do the dutiful sisters provide? Continue your stay in Limsa Lominsa, and you'll likely find out soon enough. In fact, if you're confident in your abilities and comfortable with the unconventional, you might wish to approach them yourself. Oh, I would totally do that. It is one of my favorite classes, after all. A ledger from Milvan's Gate, you say? Get more outstanding duty payments. When will those merchants ever learn? Very well, if I catch sight of any offenders, I shall drag them to the gate, kicking and screaming if needs be. One more ledger bound for the Bismarck, you say? Follow this path to the upper decks, and you'll find the place. And here we are. Beg your pardons, good madam, but you're an adventurer, are you not? I realize this is sudden, but we urgently need help restocking our larders. We are in the midst of preparing a full-course meal for soon-arriving guests, but I fear we are short on fresh lamb for the main course. I would be grateful if you could procure four slices for us. I dare say it would be quickest to obtain these directly from the source, wild lambs. In case you are unfamiliar with the creatures, I suggest you speak with Abelfar, a sentry stationed in Bulwark Hall, just below the Drowning Wench. Tax evaders among our patrons, you say? Goodness me. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite, but this is in the best interest of the city-state. If any of the merchants named in this ledger come to dine with us, I shall see that Milvan's Gate is notified without delay. We spare no effort to ensure that all our patrons enjoy the finest food and hospitality. and so it is doubly hurtful when someone decides to leave without settling the bill. Nary a bell ago, a first-time patron did just that. Oshumo, Sushumo, Shushmo, is the one who lovingly prepared the man's meal. She is quite upset by the whole affair and has taken it upon herself to draw an illustration of the offender. And I trouble you to deliver it to the Yellow Jackets on our behalf. Sushumo, Shushmo. I really want to say Sushumo, but there's no U between the sh and the mo. Should be done adding the finishing touches by now. Grr, I poured my heart and soul into that grilled dodo. If I ever get my hands on that scoundrel, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Here it is, my rendition of the criminal. Please deliver it to Godbert at the Coral Tower. He will know what to do. Okay. There's a lot of stuff around here. Hello, Morden. You want for coin, venturer? How do you fancy working for the Kraken's Arm, one of the greatest pirating crews in Limsa? If you're interested, take yourself up these here steps to the balcony above and talk to Corvalin, our captain. Do right by him, and he'll do right by ye. Greetings, friend, and welcome to the 7th Stage purveyors of the finest spices from the East. All of our products are guaranteed obtained through completely legal means. Oh, you do not seek spices, but employment? Well then, let us speak of how you might be of service to our organization. Our misery returned from their latest voyage bearing exotic spices never before seen in Eorzea. I have prepared 2 samples, each of which I would have you deliver to certain individuals. The first is for Gnad, whom you will find at the Coral Tower. The second is for Master Linksath, the head chef of the Bismarck. And to make certain the right person gets the right set, go now and return here once you have accomplished the task. Welcome to the headquarters of the Yellow Jackets, the keepers of the peace in Limsa Lominsa. Is there aught I can assist you with? Ah, a sample of spice courtesy of the 7th Sage, you say? There's no mistake. This is fire sand, and the kind used by the Garleans besides. Quite intriguing. Very well. We will consider placing an order. Oh, You thought that you had brought me spice. I see you are not familiar with Carvalin, words. Why can't I speak them? Carvalianisms. For the sake of convenience, he uses the word spice to refer to literally anything he has procured on the high seas. Lest you worry, the man isn't engaged in any activity that is considered piracy. Far from it. Think of him as a trader. A heavily armed one, who represents Lominsan interests in eastern lands. An alarming number of citizens have gone missing of late, though I suspect you've already heard the rumors. It is essential that we ascertain their safety. To this end, I have prepared a list based on reports from our citizens. Would you be so kind as to deliver it to my colleague in Bulwark Hall? Indelica is her name. My thanks in advance, friend. A bilker at the Bismarck, and you have an artist's rendition of the man. A drawing of a man? Pieced together from descriptions given by eyewitnesses to his crimes most heinous. What in the seven hells is this supposed to be? Looks more like the prow of a ship than a man's face. Look, we would like nothing more than to bring the offender to justice. It is our duty, after all. However, we will need a little bit more to go on than this piece of art. It would be easiest for all involved if Sushmo were to come here and answer some questions. Please relay to her as much. Ho there, adventurer. Curious about the Marauders Guild, are ye? Any axe worth swinging needs 2 hands on the haft, and as a blade, what can make short work of a galley's mast. That's the kind of weapon our members train to use, with deceptive swiftness and all too predictable force. Are ye interested in hearing more, lass? Then why don't I give ye the short version of the guild's fountain history, and we can go from there. It all started with ships, you see. What have ships got to do with axes, he asked? Well, building them would be pretty bloody difficult without a sturdy tool to lop down trees for timber. And since only the navigator herself knows when a ship will run afoul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for the crew's carpenter to carry an axe on board. It all started with shipbuilding and ship repair. What? Am I boring ye? As I was saying, any tool on a ship can become a weapon, and the axe was perfect for hooking yourself over the rail of an enemy vessel, then loose in a whirl of steel, and generally laying waste to all about ye. As more seafarers took up the axe as their weapon of choice, so did the bloody art of the marauder begin to take shape, especially among pirates, where strength and skill decided your place in the world. With an eye to assembling crews of battle-ready raiders, the pirates started teaching the proper way to wield a chopping blade to their new recruits, and that's how the Marauders Guild first came to be. But once the Galadian Accord was signed to unite the Maelstrom and the pirates against Limsa's enemies, the whole game changed. The Accord itself was a dismal failure, of course, but the Marauders Guild was never the same. It was taken over, restructured, and purged of its pirate elements. It had been reborn as an institution dedicated to naught but the teaching of axe fighting. The members of this new Marauders Guild weren't no greed-driven cutthroats, neither. They were warriors who sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. If mastering the axe is your heart's desire, then you'll find no better arena in which to practice your swings. Think it over, and then let me know if you fancy joining our ranks. I have a feeling I'll be seeing more of you soon, lass. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom there. So I was trying to read through that whole dialogue section as quickly as possible. Anyways, you decided to swing an axe with the Marauders then. Alright then. All that needs doing now is to speak with the Axe Master himself. Sounds simple? I've seen folks slink out the door rather than put themselves in the path of that unnerving glare. That's bloke right there in the middle of the room. Byrnjolf's his name. Put some steel in your spine and look him straight in the eye when you talk to him, lass. Good fortune to you. Yes, I am Byrnjolf, Axe Master they call me. Not the most imaginative of titles, I agree. But one should not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guild. The art of the marauder is used to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversaries. We seek to overwhelm them. A marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. No doubt, the question has already been put to you by Brothada. But once more shall I challenge your commitment. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits an initiate of the Marauders Guild? Why, yes, I am. Very well. Your name? Attend me well, then, Heidi. Hold fast to this moment of dedication. The path of the Marauder is a jagged and perilous one. The blood that spills at your feet will oftentimes be your own. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us waste no time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. You shall wade straightway into combat, as befits a novice of our discipline. Go forth and slay the bleating, scurrying, crawling pests that plague the outskirts of Limsa Lominsa. Lost lambs, wharf rats, and little ladybugs shall be your piteous adversaries this day. Return to me once 3 of each creature have fallen to your blade. A new sample from the 7th stage. Alright, let's have a whiff of it then. Ain't smelled nothing like it before. The note as came with it says it's a root what grows on Uthard. As I heard, Uthard was under Imperial rule. How in the 7 hells did Corvalin manage to get hold of this? Any road I reckon I can cook up summit fresh and new with it. Thanks for the delivery, friend. Ah, so you've spoken with Goldbert? Within the bell, the Yellow Jackets will have that swindling scoundrel locked in a dungeon cell, and then I'll take my filleting knife and... Huh? Goldbert wants me to go to the Coral Tower for questioning? But what more information does he want that my drawing doesn't already provide? Isn't a picture supposed to paint 1,000 words? welcome back. It would seem both samples were rather well received, and this is in no small part due to our fabled courier. It is unfortunate, but notoriety accumulated over the course of years does not fade overnight. There are many still who are hesitant to do business with savage pirates. Yet the old days of piracy have passed, giving way to a new wave of opportunity. My crew and I have decided to embrace this wave. With the Admiral's blessing, we engage in a form of trade with Garlean ships. Everything we do, you may rest assured, is within the law. Alright, I have a report back to him. Well, I'll do that in a little bit. Excuse me, I need to access this, please. Thank you very much. If you're looking for a place to wet your whistle, Scrag, I'd advise ye to turn tail and run. Captain Roswins is in no mood to be entertaining customers this day, and even when she is, she ain't particularly good at it. Though maybe dealing with the customers the sort of shite what might shake her from her doldrums. But if ye mean to venture inside the missing member, ye best remember to pay your proper respects to the captain. Unless ye ain't afraid of going missing, kneeling afore her would be a good start. Neil, huh? Can I talk to you? Captain Roswins led the Sanguine Sirens to the top of the food chain in Limsa. You want to join the meanest crew on the sea? Then you'd best bloody your cutlass and thicken your hide. Oh, whoops. I forgot. I guess I could have read what she said, but anyways. Neil. Oh, so she knows her place. Good. If only the Krakens had the same sense of propriety. Masters keep seizing every Garlean ship before we can take a crack at them. This is a sorry state of affairs when your crew's reduced to preying on the leavings of that mangy bunch of man-boys. Me younger self would be right disappointed to see how far we've fallen. So ye do know something of me pain, but your sympathy ain't worth more'n a pint of piss. It's well and good we got the Admiral's permission to capture Garlean ships, but what's the use if ye keep on getting beat to your prey? We build our reputation, even right off the coasts of Vilebrand, not sailing a dozen malms into the bleating sea. The few Imperial dogs found in Lominsan territory get snatched by krakens hunting in open waters. I rallied me crew's spirits when I said we were reviving the old ways, but after all our struggles, they seem resigned to letting those bastards have all the fun. Huh? You trying to make light of me dilemma? Don't push your luck, Scrag, or I'll gut you with a hook like a regular pirate. Huh? Oh, wait. Wait, that's it! We're pirates, goddammit! So we should think like pirates. Bugger keeping Lominsa and water safe. Damn it. Bugger keeping Lominsa and water safe. We'll raid supply shipments to the Garlean outposts along the coast of Aldernard. It's all bleeding simple. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Thank you for your unintended inspiration, Scrag. I think I almost had ye fed to the sharks. So feed me to the sharks. Gather your meeting with the captain went well. I could hear cackling all the way out here. Well, whatever you did, thank you for doing it. Last thing we needed was her going on another rampage, ruining deck swabs and leaving us with less meat. It ain't easy playing by the Admiral's rules, but if anyone can find a way, Captain Roswin can. Greetings, Talwyn. I'm a delivery Moogle. Goodbye. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why ever would they agree to carry about letters? Why, indeed. If I had my way, I'd be curled up under the canopy of a nice oak, dreaming about some beautiful mooglet with a rainbow-colored pom-pom. Goodbye. But no, the moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all of that terrible commotion. Aetherites were shattered and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating with each other, beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of. Kapo! That is until the little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch and skin us, like you do every other forest furry. But once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we'd found our new calling. And I personally promised to try and not read any along the way. Kapo! And look at that, I have 15. Okay, so take all of that. Then delete. Take all of that. And delete. Crap. Fine, I'll take it. I get a little Moogle friend. Okay, let's put that on. That. I don't really have anything else. Yeah. Alright. Oh, there's a little guy. Oh, there's one more thing over here. And unfortunately, that wasn't all the aetherites yet. I still have that one near the fishing guild. Oh, whoops, it's over here. Okay. Are you in need of some trifling task to pass the time? Then I have just the job for you. Byrnjolf is offering a reward to any adventurer who slays at least 5 wharf rats. There's no shortage of the pests lurking outside the Tempest Gate, so you should hurry and take advantage of this opportunity. Ah, there ye are, Heidi. Enjoy your jaunt around the city, did ye? If you mean to base yourself in Limsa Lominsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them 3 places. And now you've got some idea of what's where you can start exploring the rest of town. You've shown a good ear for listening, lass. Stick with old Byrnjolf, and you'll go far. Is that rolling the nail in the background there? Oh my god! I level up. Till Limsa, are you Heidi? How do you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like ye to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of that place? Owner Stalewern is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if ye can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. You mentioned needing another or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions. The place ain't hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city and follow the road northeast. Oh god, there's even more quests. These days, poor veteran's so busy looking after others, he hasn't been able to look after himself. He deserves something for his efforts. Whenever he's in his cups and starts speaking of the old days, he never fails to mention Arlia. Seems he and his mates used to eat the creatures on occasion. It's obvious he still has fond memories of that life, so I'm thinking of you. Aurelia umbrellas might be something he'd appreciate. Could you help me by procuring 4 of them? If you're willing to help, speak with Clindrail by the aft castle. She knows where various wild beasts congregate. Oh, you've returned. I hope you do not harbor any ill will toward me for my earlier deception. You see, I believe the most important lesson for a green adventurer to learn is that she should always question the motives of everyone she meets. If I have given offense, allow me to make it up to you with some advice. Tell me, have you visited the Eyes outside the Tempest Gate and past Madman Bridge? The sentries stationed there keep watch over the road, and when trouble arises, they sometimes turn to outside help. If you wish to make a name for yourself as a trustworthy adventurer, you should speak with Encreda at the Eyes and offer your assistance. I should probably work on doing some of these quests before I keep piling on some more. I'm gonna have a really hard time. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If there's aught you would like to know, feel free to... You've got something for me, you say? Missing persons list? I'm not sure I follow. Why? Why is my tablet picking up my voice there? That's kind of weird. Don't know why I just did that. Oh dear. What's going on here? Tablet, you're being weird. Thanks for bringing me the list. I'll be sure to memorize these names. If any of the missing persons reappear, you can count on me to spot them. Most folk enter the city via the Zephyr Drift, which means they must pass through Bulwark Hall. That's why I'm on constant watch here and undercover, so as to keep an eye out for suspicious activity. I've been doing this for so long, I've become a pretty good judge of character. If there are shady characters skulking about, you can rest assured I can pick them out. Sounds like you're already in the Yellow Jacket's good graces. You truly are a model adventurer, a paragon among your fellows. Do you think you could do me a favor? You see, I'm supposed to go and fill up all the street lamps with oil so that they'll stay lit through the night. But thanks to this business of missing people, I can't simply up and leave my post. If you could tend to the street lamps in my stead, I'd be eternally grateful. Oh, and when you're finished, please fetch more oil from Sisyphus in the Fisherman's Guild. We're running low here, and she has care of our stores. God, I got an itchy toe. On over here. I is a Bodhi's assessor with Milvin's Gate. What? I love ye. Come and be me salt wife. Oh. Well then, my lord, what is your assessment? What does she say? That's what all my customers tell me. Oh god. There we go. Here we go. This should be the last Ethernet shard. Okay, good. Release me, game! Release me! There we go. You're doing what? What am I to do with that girl? She has the nerve to ask me for work, waddling tripe about her savings, only to foist it on the first adventurer that comes along. Being young and pretty does not give you license to shirk responsibility. I shall get her oil, all right, and a piece of my mind to boot. The calamity really knocked the wind out of the fishing industry's sails. But fisherfolk are starting to return to the seas once more. It's past time I did the same. But before I can put out to sea again, I need to have a new boat built. Our guild has always commissioned Nordic and Gemellis for its crafts, but they are beastly busy these days. If you want for something to do, mayhap you could run over to the Armorers Guild and consult with Ford Master Hinanza in my stead. I would know how long we might expect to have to wait. Alrighty. Well, at least I unlocked all this now. A new boat for the Fisherman's Guild? I'm afraid now isn't the best time. You see, we have recently taken on a commission for a galleon. This task alone has all our hands full. But look, I will see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients, and I would be loath to disappoint Sisyphus. It may yet take a while, but I shall endeavor to have her boat ready in a timely fashion. Well, I guess since I had to go out this way, and since I'm here, I guess I'll just go this way, and then... Byrnjolf actually likes our Aurelia umbrellas? Gods, I'd never even considered trying to eat one of those foul things. Nevertheless, if it's Aurelia... if it's, Aurelia you seek, you ought to find plenty by the river, just past the Tempest Gate and to the east. Oh, well look at that, some of my quest is over here as well. I don't see any lambs. What does this do? Oh god, I have a whole bunch of quests over here. Well, I'm not gonna grab them all yet. I'm just gonna talk to the person over here and grab what's over here. And then go through the, what's it called? The Zephyr Drift or something? Oh god! That actually made me jump. I was not expecting that to happen. Of course it's because it was already almost over when I got to it. Why did I need to talk to you? You say someone told ye to come to me for work? I am afraid you've been had. We're known to hire adventurers, 'tis true, but we always go through the Adventurers Guild. Even if I wanted to assign you duties, Yellow Jacket regulations prohibit me from doing so directly. Now, if you don't mind working in an unofficial capacity, I have a personal request I could make of ye. Hey, Granddad's head of the Red Rooster Stead. Aneox, his name. He asked me to bring him some river toad livers. The mere thought of pulling slimy livers out of slimy frogs gives me the shivers. Maybe you'd care to fetch a liver or three for me. You can get 'em by slaying the river toads what dwell round the eyes. And I said I wasn't gonna take up a whole bunch more quests from here. Dang it. Also, I completely forgot to equip those hands. You're a lifesaver, adventurer. Now, I'd take these livers to Granda myself, but I can't just up and leave me post. Not to mention the mere sight of those slimy things makes me stomach churn. Would you mind doing the delivering in me stead? Find old Aneok at the Red Rooster Stead, and you can turn those river toads' livers to gill. And of course I'm being sent all the way over here. I really shouldn't be over here yet. That may be the proper level for it, but pretty sure I'm not supposed to be this way yet. I swear this is the last time I send that granddaughter of mine to fetch river toad livers. Why, these are the livers I asked for. I should have done better. And Krita has been dainty since she was a wee lass. I regret any trouble we've caused you. I heard that the new worlders use fish livers as fertilizers, and so I thought I would give toad livers a try. A farmer can't be afraid to try new things. Nay, he must grow his knowledge as he grows his crops. That's how this farm grew to be what it is. You do well to stick around and see. Well, unfortunately, I need to get back to town. Look, I'll come back later and do your stuff. I still have like 10 million other things I have to do right now. The licorice lad. Today is the day. The miller's daughter will finally be mine. Now thinking about it, does he even know her name? Also, does he even know the miller's name either? No idea. Glory days. Another name I can't really pronounce. Stidhodby. Said an adventurer might be dropping by to deliver something special. That he lass. Ah, hell's lass. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. This goddamn smell. I've aided Aurelia umbrellas since I was a sellsword. It's only the nastiest shite I ever put in me mouth. We tried sprinkling it with salt and cooking it over a campfire, but 'twas still little better than chewing on driftwood. Try it for yourself, lass. You'll see what I mean. Ah, so you slew a few rats. Good on ye, lass. This bloke comes through and the other day and plops this huge sack the size of a bleating gooboo on the counter, saying any man that slays rats can have something from within. When I inquires as to why, all he says is the damn noise they make when scurrying about is driving him insane. He asked me, though. He was already a bit touched. Something tells me the poor lad'll never find peace. Yeah, well, looks like I finally got rid of a whole bunch of quests. The Bismarck wants fresh lamb, does it? Gods, I could do with a slice myself, fresh off the grill and dripping in its own juices. Sorry, friend. I haven't had a single bite to eat since my shift began. Any road, you can get lamb easily enough by hunting the lambs that graze outside the city. Go through the Zephyr Gate and follow the path east and south for a bit. You'll run into the fluffy and tasty critters before long. Oh wait, let me, I should probably just go ahead and equip my stuff here. What all did I get? Did I get shoes? No, I don't have any shoes. I do have an eye patch, which I'll hide. one more. And I'll do the story quest in just a moment. Let me go back to town. I can turn these things in. Never mind. Where are they? Flock of sheep, you say? But where are they? There they are. It's coming right at us! Get over here! Okay, so theoretically, if I just stand right here, they should all aggro onto me, right? Yep. Is that person on full though? Are they a bot or something? No, I guess not. They seem to be following this Lilith all around. So I'm guessing they're friends. No, they've been going around for a while, so why are they still in their starter gear? Also, I think that was the Makote that I saw pure at the Aetheryte who had returned after dying. Could be wrong, but it looks like the same girl. Oh god, my screen is dirty. What do you mean, wait? I see 3 open tables! Have you had any luck obtaining the fresh lamb? Please hurry, the guests are arriving any moment now. Well, they're still gonna have to wait a while, since this is literally fresh off the lamb. It's gonna take a while to cook, unless you're giving it to them raw. 4 slices of fresh lamb. And right in the nick of time. Thank you ever so much. Tis times like this, I feel fulfilled in my role. I used to be a chef myself, you see, but my skills weren't quite up to par. So when the Bismarck expanded operations, I asked to be made its provisioner instead. This way I can still be part of the business in spite of my shortcomings. Don't feel so bad. In time, your cooking should improve considerably. You are returned to me a different woman. Already your face shows a harder cast, a realization of the slaughter of which you are capable. But there is much training to be done before you will wield the axe to its fullest potential. Learn well your lessons, build your strength, and make of each swing an instinctive act. You shall have this hunting log to aid you in that endeavor. Its pages are marked with opponents suitable for honing your skills. There are, of course, myriad methods by which you might improve your techniques, but when the way forward is not readily apparent, the log provides a reliable source of challenge. Every blow of your weapon clear another step towards the mastery of the Marauder way. Implacable, relentless, such must be your momentum on both the practice grounds and the battlefield. Heidi, you approach me with a marauder's strides, determined, unswerving, and bereft of the hesitation that marked our first meeting. I am pleased the time has come for you to begin a new stage in your training. Now, what sets the axe aside from the gladius or the dagger? Gladius? What the hell is a gladius? Are you talking about the sword? Or are you talking about the why do I forget the name? Which books the arcanists use? Grimoire. That's not... That doesn't really translate to gladius, so... I am guessing they're talking about the sword. Oh well. It is the raw, unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade, and that overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus we come to the core of this day's lesson. Such strength as a marauder must possess is developed through a traditional method passed down through the generations of the guild, a method that you, too, shall be taught to employ. Present yourself to Brombar in the practice area downstairs, and he shall instruct you further. The Axe Master told me ye'd be on your way. Me name's Runbar. Good it is to meet a new marauder. Now, we axe wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. That's right, our traditional method involves smashing a rock with your axe. But ye can't use just any old swing. You need to hit the rock just so. Rotgim, a fellow marauder, is waiting just outside the Zephyr Gate, by the bridge over the Rogue River. She'll tell ye how it's done. Rats! You cannot hide from me. I see you there, Ladybug. Fall to me. Hello there. Greetings, lass. Ready to split some stone, are ye? I've 3 nice hard rocks for ye to build up a sweat on. Don't try nothing fancy now. Just hit 'em with a good solid heavy swing. Who needs a hammer or a pick to bust a whole bunch of rocks? Just use an axe. That's the way to do it, lass. Now you've got the idea. Why don't you have Adam a little harder with that heavy swing of yours? Hold nothing back. I can see you're a natural. My head's still ringing with the sound of cracking boulders. Take yourself back to Axe Master Byrnjolf and let him know you're ready for something harder. Has the training loosened your muscles and focused your mind, Heidi? An urgent request for help has arrived from the Red Rooster Stead. I have chosen you to respond. It appears a hostile group of megalocrabs has unwittingly elected itself the next test of your prowess. As this is your first outing, an official marauder duty shall be accompanied by a veteran conjurer by the name of Solquid. She awaits you on the floor below. May devastation follow in your wake. Hi, Heidi. I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on their more dangerous tasks. I suppose Byrnjolf expects me to give you the details then. Very well. It seems the farmers need us to clear out a megalo crab nest near the Mourning Widow in Lower Lanasia. I shall trust you to find your own way there. Just don't forget your axe. I wouldn't be able to lose my axe if it was designed like Kratos's. Well, if I had the Leviathan axe, I could just haul it from anywhere. I wouldn't have to worry about losing it. Looks as if nobody's home. Mayhap they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Please, it's my grandson. Them snippers got him. I told Sigurd not to get too close. I told him. Get that weapon ready, Heidi. We need to move now. Ah, bugger in shite! Get away from me, you bloody great bastard! Deal with the smaller ones first. There we go. Thank you, miss. I thought I was dead for sure. I can't even play outside no more. What with all these scary monsters about? Me mom, me dad. They was both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. An aurochs big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. I make it pay for what it did to me folks. You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like Heidi. Like Heidi here, who'll be glad to do just that. All you need do is head home with your grandpa. He let us worry about that big nasty bugger. Consider your first duty a success, Heidi. It's time you headed back as well, before Byrnjolf begins to worry I've left your corpse for the crabs. This? Oh, is that the thing concerning like houses or something? No idea. Right. Let's go with the thing. Go to the Marauders Guild. And get on with the main story. So you have shattered those shells of the megalo crabs and saved the life of a child into the bargain. Thus does our violent craft prove its merit. Well done, Heidi. Though no longer a threat to the farmers, you should know that it is unusual for such crabs to be found so near the stead. By all accounts, the creatures were ousted from their usual feeding grounds by a more fierce beast. The beast of which I speak is a known terror in the lands of Lanasia, ever sinking to expand its territory. And that boy's parents were but two of the many victims to fall to its rampages. It is a threat that must be dealt with ere long. Do thoughts of vengeance flit through your mind, Heidi? Nurture those urges, but do not yet act upon them. This monstrosity is far beyond your present skills. If you would answer the lad's cry for revenge, then you must grow stronger. Become the raging behemoth this challenge demands. And I need boots. Give me them boots. Wait, did I equip my axe as well? Did I? Yes, I did. Okay. Wait a minute. That'll make things easier. Zephyr Gate. Then on to Summerford Farms. Oh god! What? Still alive! Get out of there. Thank you for the assistance, Conjurer. I'll make it there eventually. See that big cloud, but don't get distracted. I'll be there in but a moment. Oh, ether eye. Summerford Farms bears the charge of the Admiral's Settlement Initiative. We're rewarded handsomely to brave new frontiers. Yet if we fail to fulfill our part of the bargain, the grant will be withdrawn. In spite of this, the washed-up pirates elect to laze their days away. There's still time. We need only clear away the rocks and debris for the area to be deemed settled. If you are willing to help, you'll find a shovel outside that hut on the hillside. It's like we went through the same hair style almost. Oh well. Ah, you must be the adventurer Byrnjolf promised to send along. Heidi Schrötter, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stalwern, the old bastard as Byrnjolf likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship, like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merwib's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers working the fields seemed to find seem too fine an offer to refuse. What are you staring at? Don't be giving me that glare, mister. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. I already got some boots. And I don't need an axe, so I'll just take the coin again. I have a mind to set you a task, Schrötter. But before I do, I need to be sure you are properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand? It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. I've already done that. Let's have a look at you, shall we? Oh, as long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. You should have seen my last outfit. Erstwhile buccaneers are an honorary lot. They rage in love for the sea, and cared little for the laws of the land. They respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you'll have little trouble getting their attention. Ah, Schrötter. The aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you all right, for I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Lominsa, as if plucked from the face of Heidi, boots and all, by an unseen hand. So we refer to this world as Heidi at this point in the story, but it's actually called Atheris? And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen. But it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces have been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're besides themselves with worry, and their work suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. 'Tis a struggle to get 'em to leave the farmhouse of a morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Good lass. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful though, Schrötter. I couldn't say for sure what matter of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? Ah, can't even rely on those rotten pirates to pick these ripe oranges. Yet if I leave them a day longer, they're like to fall from their bows. Mayhap you can grab a few for me? You're not afraid of a pesky hornet or two, are you? I'm gonna take a moment. Up a break here. Okay, sorry about that. I wish I knew how to make a GIF. I'll totally turn this into one. Anyways, let's see here. Yes, I have to go here. Pick up the student debris. Oh man, who left their empties here? Take that rock. I've made it disappear. Good thing I have 3 shovels. Alright, there goes my last shovel. Hooray! What was even right there? I couldn't even tell what it was. Bees! Alright, orange. Oh God! Oh, come on. I'm not sure how I would feel if I saw a wasp that big. I would probably freeze and then shiver in terror before it ate me. I'm sorry. What am I doing there? Feels like a bit of a bug. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go over here. So this is where I'm supposed to be going. Okay, I've just pissed off everyone. Crap, they stunned me. Is this really where I'm not supposed to be? Okay, something isn't right here. Oh. Wait. There it is. You are about to enter an instant battle. Yes. Proceed.
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide. I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone. Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not. As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence. Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be. Phew!
Hear, feel, think. Crystal bearer. I am Heidi, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them. By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart. Shine thy light on all creation.
Awake again, are we? Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion, piratical being the most probable. In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether? I beg your pardon. A towering crystal? I'm sure I don't... Oh! Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations. I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
Alright, back to the farm. You've certainly proven you are not one to let obstacles stand in your path. If only these supposedly pioneering pirates were half as industrious as you. Expanding borders is all well and good, but the Admiral ought to know rugged frontiers can't be settled by layabouts. Look at those luscious oranges brimming with nectar. They could drop any second. Ah, ripe to perfection. How sweet it is. If that lackadaisical lot of retired pirates comes down with scurvy, it'd serve them right. It just goes to show you can't teach an old sea dog new tricks. You'd think the Admiral would know that. Oh, I cut off the music there. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Put that there. That I'll put there. Lanosian orange nectar is sweet, but rest assured it's paid for in sweat. We have to pollinate each orange by hand because of the blasted pucks that prey on the nearby bees. If we could only eradicate some 5 puck hatchlings, it would save us from having to do nature's work. Schrötter! Right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about hearing what sounded like all 7 hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I had sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew at the cave, eh? I had agreed that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lure my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance on the doorstep and set a maddened gubu on you. Aye, pirates have been adding to the numbers of late. I had best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. You met someone else at the grotto. A woman with a strange contraption. Ah! Ystrola! She's been in Limsa Lominsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks, Schrötter. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa the brighter future she deserves. That sea sloth Severin and his lot. Never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stelwern would like a word, and don't take no for an answer. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Breaded sticks? What? Gods, how'd you know? It's my breath, ain't it? It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. I just as soon get some real food in me. But I ain't one to reject a summons from the captain. Work? Ha! Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last gill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Swill wine? Swill water? Well, you're right about the swill part. I reckon it might be worth a day o' doing Stelwern's chores. If it'll afford me a taste of proper grog. It's probably wine. Darn it. I guessed wrong. Or maybe I did guess right. I don't know. That's a really nice view. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? Skirmishing? You bet your bosom I did, lass. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe to the trees. So, Stalwern sent you. And what do you reckon I say to that? I have saucier seeds to sow. Work is for the weak and witless. Damn right! I'd get where I am by taking guff from... I didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. I suppose I could see what he wants to get him, off my back. You acquire assistance, friend. Oh, this is a radius. Dude jumped the bridge. And is running off somewhere. Oh, there he is. Run, ye coward! Run! What on earth? What a cute little guy. Hi, I'm Severin. You the old man's errand girl now? Told my dear old captain not to wet his breeches. I'll be along. Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you rode in on and ride on out. I came in by boat and then walked over here. I don't even have a chocobo. Wish I did though. Die, pucks! Oh, thinking about it, let's move this with that and put that up here. Why don't I? There we go. Oh, we got a thing down here. The buzz on the wind tells me you've done the deed. The only pests plaguing my orchard are those woeful whelps out of water. If only you could rid me of the parasitic pirates as you did the pesky pucks. Continue to impress, lass. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours he's squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some, like you, who can be trusted, but then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I am full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Schrötter. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. Oh, it got foggy real quick. This world has some strange weather patterns. I would like to repair my gear, please. Oh, well, I guess I didn't really need to. So, what are you offering me? Lively gear. At some point here, I'm going to need to go back into town, visit the guild, see what they have to offer me.
Yep.
That was a very high-pitched voice. Yep. I wonder if I have that same exact kind of voice, though. See somebody in a very pointy hat. Oh no, that's not a hat, those are bunny ears. Bloody hells! I'm up the strait without a paddle. Oh really? Well, I doubt that. What's this now? Stalwart sent you for the oranges? So the old bugger had known all this time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Severin sent you? Ha! The way he flew out of here, I was sure he'd stole us down the river. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself if not for Severin shoving me aside. So what's this I hear about you abandoning your men? You saved me, mates, and for that I owe you. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess. But a pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on my word. I'm only giving you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Ossine and send him my regards. Come, Moogle, we have oranges to deliver. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms, and as scheduled? Ha! There's a first time for everything. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing either. But the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stalwern's payment in full, and you, I can trust it'll reach him. That'll take me into the next area. Let's focus on finishing this up. Eventually, I think it'll send me back into town, and I'll be able to do the Marauders quest. Back in one piece. That's my relief. How did you fare, Schrötter? Ah, this is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed, alright. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those god's-forsaken goblins. You do well to mind yourself around that two-guild cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. I guess I'll take that one. Alright. Blast, at this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had black loam. Just a bit could send our stock soaring. I'll bet Rotwida knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard. If you're headed to Tiller's Rest, I have a favor to ask of you. The pirates have been away from sea for too long, and their broken hearts turn to bloodshed for solace. Full supply of medicine lasts barely a week. If you could buy a high potion and take it up to Byrnjolf, you may well save some lives. Can I get a high potion here somewhere? Supposed to have a quest that's supposed to give me one? Oh wait, do I already have one? Oh, I do. Okay. That gherkin's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any black loam. But if you dare to pinch some from the cookpot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you've 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Farwell at Tiller's Rest. He'll know what to do. Is that a Shrine Maiden outfit? I'm plumb out of potions. Any sorry sufferer knocking on my door may as well be knocking on Thal's. All I can offer him is a prayer. Here, you can have mine. Were I God-fearing man, I'd say you were heaven sent. If the dust settles from the next pirate brawl, some sorry soul will owe you his lousy life. I pity the poor fish out of water. At first I thought the fights were just to kill time, but now I believe some truly have a death wish. There's naught that can be done about that. We can't make them want to live. We can't make them want to live. All we can do is hope they learn to love the land. Okay, big guys. I need your poop. so we'll do the thing down here. I am not fond of this killer wasps. Ah, for the love of Limlayan, not again! The leather's ripped to bloody shreds! No, there's not awry with... No, there's not awry with me britches, you cheeky sod. It's the megalo crabs. They've been at the balloon envelopes I left out to dry on the rocks. Those hell-spawned snippers think they've found a squid or something and set to nibbling. Less balloons in the air means less cargo getting lifted, and that don't sit too well with me. You looking for a quick job? How about ye crack a few shells afore ye head off on your way? If you could put down 5 or so of the buggers, that ought to do for now. Try not to hit that guy. No, I think it's just me, but I feel like I smell popcorn. I think the family is cooking some popcorn. I'm not very fond of popcorn, but I do like it at times. When I go to the movie theater. Then again, I haven't been to a movie theater in several years actually. When was the last time I went? I think it was when The Rise of Skywalker came out. Since that time, I didn't really care much for all the new movies that were coming out. You take care of them snippers? Good bloody riddance. Nice work there, lass. Still, it won't be long before a new crew of crabs come sidling in to claim that territory. And our loads just keep getting heavier. What with all the rebuilding going on. But I don't want to be buried under a mountain of crates. I'd best think of a more lasting solution to this snipper problem. This does not take me up. This does, though. I really wish I had a truck bow right about now. this was like Star Wars The Old Republic, I would be able to access the mount at level 10. But, unfortunately, for this one, it requires further progression into the story before you can unlock it. And then you need a special type of currency in order to get it. Arg! Even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. Quite literally a steaming sack of shite. But a bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam is not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Oh, don't tell me Gurkant and Hortwida neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the Aurochs's lair, of all places. Well, why dwell on who misled whom about that? What matters is that your efforts have brought us the black loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. A new axe. Ah, God, there's a person in me. Confounded pirates! They know nothing of Tillin or of nothing. They know nothing of Tillin, only killing, stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hand that feeds them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself, if I hadn't sworn to Stelwern that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Well, there's nothing wrong with fighting to defend your own. So I'm back here again. Why is that guy not attacking me yet? Really, that guy aggroed, but the guy in front of me isn't? It's a bit weird. I don't know why that guy didn't aggro on me. Oh, so it sounds like the Gurgalia. Yep. Thought that was a bit familiar. A crate of oranges. What's this? I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Why am I being attacked by a wolf rat? Ow! Bloody hells! Foul creatures! Be gone with ye! kind of curious how they have Noctis's outfit if they're level 13. I'm guessing they're a lot higher of a level than they are right now. Because that looks like starters here. Yeah, they're in their starter gear. But they are further in the story, and yeah, I guess they're a lot higher of a level. Oh, damn it, I said it again. On another class or job, I mean. Would be nice though if I had access to the Noctis outfits that I had unlocked on my other character. Wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Ah, good to see the tools back and in serviceable condition, which will be more than we can say for Severin when we get our hands on him. The wretch likely had a role in the theft. Spied him meeting the pirates in secret, I did. Couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with cut purses that take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Stalwern ought to know what sort of scallywag he's dealing with. Take word to him, would you? Oh, that's her again. Pirates making off with our tools. Frivol did well not to take matters into his own hands. This thing I need is blood on my crops. Oh, they finally changed the outfit. But I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. I've come to expect a great deal from you, lass, and you've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond aught I've asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? Sorry. It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheming scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in that manner he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off, with nary a word to anyone. Grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning. But when last I had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how to find him, I'd try asking Grinwida at the Aetheryte. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Woad Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sod said I should join them. I told him I'd rather shrivel up and sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure to give them a cuff around the ear from me, will you? Oh, didn't I get a... Yep. I won't forget to equip that. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink and to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Of course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready. The others weren't so lucky. You've got to help them. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. I'll be for better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Jose Rose. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms! True knave. You betray even yourself, Severin. Ugh. We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. If you are they who betrayed the Serpent Reavers twice, you will not do so a third time. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. That the golem could be vanquished. That woman is no ordinary adventurer. Snake slithered away. I'm only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. Those pirates do not belong to any of the known Lominsan factions. Whom then do they serve? The Beast Tribes? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? Troll help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone two. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. Seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. Wait, is the moon still falling? Because I don't think we learn anything else, hear anything else about it after when further on when it goes to Endwalker. If anything, we learn about the other moon. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes even more unlike itself. It is as Louis Wall foretold. Coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Charlian ring more true. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see ether. Yet now that I do begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlayan seem commonplace. Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today, the Maelstrom officially makes the Great Hole in the Sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. But whence does it emanate? Seasung Grotto, perhaps? What have we here? Can you walk? "'Tis I. Regrettably, no. He eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore." "You collapsed from your exertions. Were you suitably recovered?" "Severin here has apprised me of all that transpired. His account shed some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates do not hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagin. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Stalwern will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation. But I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray pay the man a visit." "Ah, he told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Istrola. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament. I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. It's a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences." "Reasons I cannot fathom. You seem... Forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my thoughts. Till our paths next cross. Farewell." And yours and all, adventurer. I have caused more than my fair share of trouble during my time here. Not that you needn't tell him. Lo, I knew you'd return. Byrnjolf delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too. The lot of 'em sporting the same haunted expression. It's me who's to blame for that. That and the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. Thrall to the Hagen? 7 hells! Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates. They're not but the fishback splunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see? The Reavers have never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Lominsans. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahagan masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, bought myself a new name, and found myself a new home. Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long around here, and word soon spread, all the way back to the sea. Penalty for desertion is death, but the Reavers offered me a way out instead. My freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear 'em talk of how you stood up to the The men say little to me, but I hear 'em talk of how you stood up to the Reavers at the last. Oh, how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crimes of betraying your brethren. I know that, I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more. You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place for you at Summerford Farms, lad. And I'll always be in your debt, Stalwern. I owe you a debt too, Heidi. But once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Veteran what's happened from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put in a good word for Severin if he knew the whole story. He's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, lass. Yay, you can finally go back to town. Let's go to the guild first. Master, I have returned. Oh, this is better than what I have. Yes, that was that. But, well, it's only +2. Could use, you know what, let's get the gloves. I could use the gloves. Heidi, I have gathered what information I could concerning the beast that young Sigurd bade you slay. The tales name this creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in the terrifying flesh also call him the Stampeding Mountain. Such is his immense size and bulk. Again, I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance for the boy's parents. In fact, I encourage it. But to topple this lumbering colossus, you must first become his equal in strength and ferocity. As a single step towards that distant goal, I send you to blind iron mines. We have had word that folk are falling prey to the claws of the local Galagos. It is your task to protect the weak from these unruly creatures. Learn to channel the rage inside you, and let your axe blade sing in righteous slaughter. After is closer. That's a big axe. Bloody hells! Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. But you needn't worry yourself over young Severin. The Yellow Jacket as hands out the punishments is a good mate of mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from Engen to Neil-Allen. Kindly gent he is. I'm only jesting with ye. I'll see he's treated fair. Now it sounds to me like you've done everything old Stalwyn asked of ye, and more. Justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged, lass. As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drowning wench a man. O'd ye fancy keeping? As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drowning wench a man. I'd ye fancy keeping her company for a spell, with free room and board. Venturing's a trying business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fighting ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be free bed for ye, so make use of it. Not that you'll have much time for lying around, what with all the leaves you'll be doing. Oh, didn't I mention putting your name down for leaves? Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk'll pay to avoid doing an honest day's labor. Just give Democry a shout whenever ye feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other for ye to do. Oh, and it's all above board, in case you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side in here, unlike some pirates I could mention. I tell ye, if it turns out they ought to do with them kidnappings, there'll be 7 L's to pay. A proper bleeding reckoning. Mayhap, that's what Limsa needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes, ye have to rock the boat to right it. But we'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. How do you fare, Heidi? Rested and ready to expand your horizons? Well then, have an idea of where you might try heading. Have you heard of the Skylift out in Middle Lonasia? If you've ever visited Woad Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there, using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labor, that. And I hear they could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs with no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the head of the operation. Bloke by the name of Rukrit. And he'll be sure to put ye to work on a task or two. Veteran sent ye out here, did he? and consider yourself welcome at the skylift. Look at that bloody cliff, will ye? One blast of fiery hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through, Cargo still needs to get through, though, so this mess of wood and pulleys was our solution to the problem. Well, one of them, at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing list of headaches. Glad I am to see you again, lass. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprang out from a million-corn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side afore turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recover that seedling, and deliver it to Byrnjolf over at Swiftbirch in western Lanasia. Whatever he pays you for, the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an aetheryte in Swiftbirch, so the journey should be worth your while. Look sharp, lassie. I got a job for ye. We don't got much time, so listen close. Today I got me too many fish, and not enough water sprite cores to keep 'em cool. You see me problem? Now I can't be delivering crates of rotted fish, so I need ye to head over yonder and dance with them drippin' sprites till you've collected 3 other chili essences. You do realize I don't want ye to actually dance with them, right? Look, I danced with them anyway. Maybe I should have gone to the caves. Oh well. You back already? Don't keep me waiting. Now let's see those cores. Aye, lassie. You done well. Can't wait to get these beauties into me fish crates. It ought to keep the catch fresh and me customers happy. There's a whole mess of delivery companies what make use of the skylift. You slip up one time, and some bastard's liable to steal your business. You've shown yourself to be a useful lass. Let's say ye be doing me another favor. We've been having a wee problem with buzzards swooping down and snatching cargo from the wagons that are traveling the road to the Neville checkpoint. Most days the feathered hellions stay well enough away, but it seems they can't resist a wagon what's loaded with meat. Well, I say we make use of that weakness to lure the greedy buggers into a trap. Take this here sack of rotten raw meat and set it down in vulture territory. That be where the buzzards make their nests. When the bastards show up for the feast, you start breaking beaks with a vengeance easy. Alright. Take that, you bastards. Didn't get your eyes picked out, did you? Them buzzards be a nasty lot, but the last wagon made it through with nary a morsel lost. So I'd say you've plucked enough of their thieving hides to secure the route. You have me thanks, lass. I make most of me coin hauling foodstuffs, and I'd be bedding down in the gutter within the week if it weren't for your help. Seems even the scavengers are finding the bacon scarce since the calamity hit. Otherwise, you'd never see 'em trying aught so bold. Fortune didn't favor 'em worth spit this time, though, eh? That is one big killer wasp. Need to get rid of this guy. Ah, that looks cool. If I recall correctly, it's filled to the brim with undead. Looks like a gravesite rather than a farm. Has Nemea herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of million corn, I at least expected the seedling to be delivered before disaster struck. Is that my million corn seedling? Oh, joyous day! It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of cropland is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, swift perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, madam, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? All these wild dodos you see about the place were actually once domesticated birds, bred by my father. They broke loose during the chaos of the calamity, and gradually became the feral, ill-tempered creatures we now do our best to avoid. But if I am to restore Swiftperch to the very same settlement it was when my father was alive, then I must also try my hand at dodo raising. And as you have likely surmised, I shall require your adventurer's resourcefulness in this endeavor. For the initial stage of my dodo rearing enterprise, I need you to head into the flock and seek out dodo nests. We'll be looking for fertilized eggs. 3 of them should do nicely for now. But pray be careful when liberating the eggs. The adult dodos will not take kindly to an intruder making off with their offspring. You there, adventurer! Cast your eyes towards the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? Cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ship sailing in the day. I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you could make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if aught has befallen Conswiz, the lighthouse keeper. Taking it right out from underneath them. Yeah, I don't plan on fighting that. Wait, what? You say a yellow jacket sent you here, eh? Me light's growing dim, has it? Well, of course it bloody has. The bomb what fuels me furnace has up and buggered off. You see? If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just the messenger, lass, but I can tell a venturer when I see one. I'm going to need ye to chase down that bomb and bring back a claw what ye ripped from its moldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock, somewhere near the scarecrow, I'd say. You get a nice fire going, and that frisky bomb'll soon be about. Watch ye don't singe your eyebrows, lass. And of course it's taking me back to that huge dodo. That's a scarecrow? What kind of scarecrow is that supposed to be? All you need to do is take down that runaway bomb and bring me one of its little claws. Already done. Ah, you got the ashy bastard, did ye? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while ye was gone, and them layin' curse me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Small wonder the bloody bomb was able to escape. Patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no smithy. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jacket friend of yours in Swiftfurch, and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. Looks like somebody took care of the buzzards for me. Thank you ever so kindly. Got to talk to this guy. With 3 eggs, I should be able to experiment with breeding. Success or failure is not terribly important. To begin with, I mean only to gain some practical experience with the bird. Yes, you did exceptionally well in selecting only fertilized eggs. Now that I consider it, I'm not entirely sure how you managed to tell. In any case, I must raise the naturally aggressive dodo from the egg if I am to have any chance of surviving the breeding process. Apart from encouraging a more docile behavior while the bird is but a chick, it is imperative that I remove the gland that produces that infamous poisonous breath. My father's notes quite graphically depict the consequences of failing to do so. This really is rather exciting. Every day I take another step closer to my vision of a swift perch surrounded by golden fields of wheat and echoing with the calls of plump, waddling dodos. Furnace is damaged, is it? Very well. I shall write up the relevant reports, but these repairs must needs be effected without delay. It seems I have another favor to ask of you, adventurer. Take yourself straightway to the Armorer's Guild in Limsa Lominsa and explain the situation to Forge Master Hinanza. Oh yeah, I almost forgot I have ice cream in my freezer. I went to Dairy Queen earlier today and to get myself some lunch, and ended up getting Oreo Blizzard. What on earth is going on with your back? It's actually pretty cool looking. Peace or next. Take me to the aft castle. Ding, tang, tang. The furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Fire God's beard. I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Mayhap the bomb Kansas had trapped in there was a touch too volatile? Have an artisan visit the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journeys. Wrong button? Yep. What say you to taking on? What say you to taking on some work from Naldic and Vimeles? We have a great hulking warship to build, and could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run this missive over to Otbrim, the head shipwright at the Morabie dry docks. We forge most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorers Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the south of Lower Lanasia. Also where you'd find the main offices of Naldic and Vimeles. Morabie Dry Docks is one of Limsa Lominsa's most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's etherite. If you've no confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served making use of the chocobo quarters, first floor of the mizzenmast, in case you were wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gate and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps. Okay, I'll be back in just a moment. Well, I'll probably regret it, but I had set it off in a window to let some of the cold air in. It is way too hot in here. Actually, that's kind of an improvement, actually. It's not been that cold these past several days. At least, it's not too freezing outside. More and more travelers pass through these gates, bloodied and bruised each day. They tell me the Yarzans harry them at the Rogue. It pains me to do nothing, but we need every man we have just to hold the garrison. You would do us all a great service, were you to thin the Yarzan population for us. If you could clear out, say, 3 of their nests, we'd all be in your debt. Aren't the Yarzan those, like, water spiders? Well, this time we've dug ourselves into a hole well and truly. Struck brimstone while shoveling through the mines. Now the rocks are rife with the reek of rotten eggs. The gas grew to be too much to bear. You'll need this clear earth crystal if you're to restore the earth and plug the leak properly. Just mind the surfeit clouds brought on by the brimstone. Now that's a breath of fresh air. For many of the miners, a bit of brimstone is nothing to write home about. But I'm the one who has to write the letters when the gluttons choke to death down there. The prices metals command in the wake of the calamity will make us either rich or dead. Go ahead. Well, I guess they're better. Alright. Ah, some wild dodo. Wait, why do I have to go back over here? Oh. That's where the arson are. I have to go back. Boots don't seem to match my outfit that well. I mean, they match my chest, but the rest of the outfit, it doesn't really match that well. Well, okay, they don't match the whole chest, but they match this part on the front when it comes to color. Oh, okay, I should have done this a long time ago. I just thought that that thing was going to take me through the cave, but I guess not. Back I go. Ah, so you did for the Vilekin. Every passer through owes you a debt of gratitude. Lothegren is a vital stronghold, one the Maelstrom would defend themselves, had they the means. The fleet is spread too thin, which is why the Yellow Jackets have been called in. But our numbers are hardly inexhaustible, and your help goes a long way towards preserving the peace. Breathtaking, is it not? Breathtaking, is it not? Proud sails turning, rugged gears churning, the mill never stops, and so neither can the millers assigned to its upkeep. Vigilance is the key. By addressing tomorrow's issues today, we assure the wheels of prosperity continue to grind. Unfortunately, I have my hands full with the work of the day, and cannot leave my station to tend to inspection. I would entrust this duty to you. Seek out the other 3 millers, heed their concerns, and appraise Wetzern of your findings. I haven't noticed anything off myself, but let's have a look now, shall we? Look there! The sail's been nicked a bit. Nothing urgent, mind you. The cloth we use is the same as they use for sails out on the sea, made to stand up to bluster and wind. Pshaw! The mill is fine. We'd be wiser to concern ourselves with the grubby scavengers that rob us of our yield. Well, you see the mill spinning, don't you? What more do you need to know? Only problem I have is you meddling in my chores. Away with you, then. I trust you enjoyed your tour of the mill. You are impressed, yes? The matter of Ashushu's sale is most worrisome indeed. The matter shall be remedied at once. To delay acting until trouble occurs is to ask for trouble. The great fleet stops for nothing. Full sail ahead. And yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. I'll see it later again when I play on Byrnjolf. If a lifetime of meticulous research and to the advancement of the agricultural arts has taught me anything, it is that the fruits of knowledge are incapable of preserving themselves, without an adventurer's brawn to protect them. I fear all my work will come to naught. Take, for example, the splendid ogre pumpkin crop I was able to cultivate. Years of hypothe- years of hypothesizing, and testing at last made tangible, only to be snatched away by the subterranean Sorners. Clever hedge moles. I've already engineered the pumpkins to resist fire, drought, frost, weeds, insects, and festive rituals. Like Halloween. I just need someone to kill the moles. A pumpkin that's resistant to Halloween, huh? That sounds interesting. I hope you don't feel sheepish about hauling a wee bit of wool. The flock's fleece is shorn and scoured, and the sack is all set to sail. Normally the manic miller up north takes it and felts it for us. But it seems the only wool his courier's tending to today is his blanket, the lackadaisical loafer. So I hoped you might see to it the sack of fleece down by the flock's pen reaches the miller. Wheatsoren is his name. I've already met. They call me Stead Shepherd. But all three kinds of livestock we breed here fall under my crook. Nevertheless, sheep remain my first love, my one true passion. So you can imagine my dismay at finding my flock in frumpy fleece. I can't very well take worn-out wool to market. A sheep with no shine is good for nothing but mutton. But where there's wool, there's a way. See what Chartain has to say. Well, looks like you have to go back down to the mills. That's unfortunate. What the hell was that? That looked like a really weird mount. Mogram had some little lambs whose fleece was white as snow, but everywhere the little lambs went, lice were sure to grow. Now we're stuck with lousy sheep. In the time it takes me to brush one clean, the lice spread to 2 more. I just can't keep up with them by myself. If you could brush 3 shaggy sheep for me, we might be able to wipe out the infestation altogether. Let Mogram know his sheep are in ship shape once you've finished. Well, A miller with no fleece is an artist with no canvas, a poet with no words, a man with no purpose. Curse that blasted courier! Do the sheep stop growing? Does the mill stop churning? What entitles him to rest? Them count sheep in his bed. The wool is at last mine, and soon the felt shall be wrought. Now, felting wool is all well and good for your run-of-the-mill miller, but do you know what gets my grindstone spinning? Grain. What worth has wheat? None. But once shred into fabulous flour, even the confounded galagos can't keep their hands off of it. Which is precisely why I need you to slay them and recover the 4 sacks they pilfered. Once you have done so, take the sacks of flour down to the stead, and Skarnar will take care of the rest. The kobold crimes of late give us ample cause of concern, yet Wheatsuren is content to pass them off as mere mischief-making. He cares more for the welfare of his mills than that of his workers. If only my beloved Mogrim knew of my plight, I am certain he would leap to my rescue all the way from his post at the Red Rooster Stead. Oh, I met Mogrim. I was caring for his sheep. He often calls me his little lamb. Oh. Well, he does love his sheep. And I am certain my absence could only have made his heart grow fonder. Well, if you're still a sheep in his eyes, I'm sure he'll really miss you. What the hell are these Oppo-Oppos? Or Galagos, as they call them. You cannot fool me. I know what you really are. Oppo-Oppo! Hey. All the eggs and milk in the world don't matter a lick without flour. Not that flour's any good on its own, mind you. The Galagos just hoard whatever they can get their filthy paws on. But now we've got the whole kit and caboodle, thanks to you. It's a relief you were around, but at the end of the day, we're still utterly unprepared should this sort of thing happen again. I keep watch over the gates here at the stead, but my watch extends only so far. The stagecoach that was supposed to pull in today never made it past the Blind Iron Mines. Word arrived not long ago that it was waylaid by someone or something. The coachman is a plucky fellow. If I know Mahoy, really? That's his name? He'll be poking around the mines, plotting to salvage his consignment. But ultimately, he is just one man. It would put my mind at ease if he could go to his aid. For an adventurer, you certainly know how to wield a lice comb. As I'm sure you have found, sheep are delicate souls that require delicate care. Truly wonderful wool requires time, love, and tenderness. You must caress their coats ever so gently. Listen to their soft bleating in your ear. Feel the warmth of their breath on your neck. Are we talking about sheep? Indeed, the kobold's steady incursions warrant wariness. And now they frighten my poor little lamb, the soul I love more than any other on two legs. We must summon the yellow jackets at once. I shall pen the missive warning Ostvir of the kobold's advance. You must deliver it to the Lothegrin checkpoint. There is no time to spare. To reach the Lothegrin checkpoint, go first to Blind Iron Mines. Bronrit will guide you from there. They may call it the Red Rooster stead, but make no mistake, dodos are the birds that keep this stead steady. Those sweet and tender eggs, that succulent meat. So long as you remove a dodoling's poison glands, you're in for some scrumptious and healthy poultry. They're so delicious, I have to remind myself some birds just aren't meant to be caged. Or perhaps I don't. Talk to Zapayan and see if we can't return those exquisite creatures to their pen. Well, that was so easy. It makes me wonder why I've spent my life formulating complex solutions to problems rather than merely going around killing things. Nevertheless, I'm afraid it's too late to alter my methods now. I'll continue to focus on the complex solutions and have you stick around to kill things. What hubris! What arrogance to believe that I, one woman alone, could overcome the unfathomable, vast and profound mysteries of nature. But with you here, I'm sure we can do it. Care to take in the inexorable march of science? The concoction I'm currently formulating could change horticulture as we know it. Imagine a fluid one could strew over crops to ward off pests. Oh, pesticides? All I need are some ladybugs and someone to squash them. Ladybugs simply cannot resist aphids. Find some Althic lavender, dab it with a bit of aphid nectar, and they'll come swarming to the slaughter. Probably go over here first. Boy there, lass, how's it going? Am I ever pleased to see you? I was about to cry foul, but with your help we can round them up. Those dim-witted dodos pecked through the fencing and flew the coop. Fled the coop. Luckily, they know better than to leave the stead. There are 3 bolting dodos in all. If you spot one, just throw one of these dodo-sized sacks over its head. Once you've caught all the birds, would you mind leaving them in Mogrim's care? I need to repair the fencing before we can return them to this enclosure, you see. Yeah, your fencing's pretty shite. I mean, look at that. Oh well, at least somebody's guarding this part. What's he saying? Damn foul, keep kicking over the paling. I see you. Get in me bloody bag. There we go. Oh, that is gorgeous. What is that? Is that supposed to be Limsa Lominsa in the back? Well, that is, right there. But is that part of it, or is that somewhere else? You can't hide from me. Get in the fucking bag. Really? I can't get through that one little gap here. My butt really that big? Boop. I've heard everything. Hand me the dodos. Whatever could be thrashing about in this dodo-sized sack? Oh, my precious darlings. Without their poison breath, they're defenseless out in the wild. Daddy Dodo gets so worried. And now my dodos have a mommy. You'll stay around and look after me, look after my babies, won't you? At least until they're ripe for slaughter? No. I'm going. Bye. Bound for the Lothegrin checkpoint. Come to the right mines. You'll find most denizens of the dark will leave you be so long as you extend them the same courtesy. But kobolds can be a bit more belligerent. Still, nothing an adventurer of your venturesomeness can't handle, I suppose. that pipeweed? Can I have some? I dare hope it's the finest weed in the South Farthing. You must be the help that Skarnmar's sent. I thought you'd never get here. The kobolds stuck me up and skedaddled with the garments. But don't you worry none. I'm fixing to get him back so as we can get him back. All you gotta do is mosey on up close to that stagecoach, then hit and peekin', and you bet your bottom gill those kobolds'll come a callin'. And once them critters come out, whack! You pop 'em in the jaw and snag the loot. It's foolproof. How do these things fit in the wagon? So well, there they are. You done good, partner. Rounded up enough to bring back to the stead, I reckon. I'll tend to the rest of this here mess. You go on ahead and make sure old Skarner gets the goods. Oh, first I have to go through the cave again, I think. Ah, Osper, I need to talk to you. Say a messenger through the mines arrives faster than the crow flies from the stead. It's good to see you. I hadn't realized the extent of the kobold menace, but Mogrim's missive has opened my eyes. Should we fail to bolster our patrols of the Lanosian lowlands, Should we fail to bolster our patrols, the Lanosian lowlands now, we stand to lose the region altogether. I have not forgotten when the kobolds sought to seize the west. 'Twould be best those there know their former nemesis has resurfaced. Though Stelwern no doubt remains vigilant, I would ask you to visit Summerford Farms and remind him that sleeping dogs may not be content to lie. Well, good news, I have to go talk to him anyways. Wait a minute. What is that? Wait. That was... oh. Stolwen, not Skarnmar. I got the two names mixed up. Also, I forgot the names of the farms mixed up as well. Because this is Steadfast Farms, while the other one was the Red Rooster Stead. Goblins! Ostver's prudence befits his post. The watchman's always seen threats far over the horizon, which is all well and good. The Sahagin swarming at our gates demand my immediate attention before ugly heads that haven't reared themselves in recent memory. Still, I know better than to disregard the bidding of the Yellow Jackets. Good to see you return to us unharmed. And with 3 full bags, no less. I am grateful, but I fear this is hardly the last we'll hear of the kobolds. They have been growing more restless in recent moons, and this trend is like to continue. Antioch must be apprised of this incident. War is at our doorstep. Is that about the Gridanians would be none too pleased? So the kobolds are at it again. Not content with their own territory, the creatures have been pouring forth from their subterranean dwellings to wreak havoc on Lominsan land. But we won't stand for it. Our livelihoods are at stake. Alas, with neither side willing to give any ground, I fear there may be no peaceful resolution. You've seen with your own eyes how the kobolds have taken up arms against us. The mines of Ogomoro aren't enough for the native nuisances of northern Valbrand anymore. They've come to claim what is ours. Long ago, our war-weary forebears struck a short-sighted peace with the kobolds. What lay beneath the sea was to be Limsa's, what lay underground was Ogmoro's. Yet what resolved one conflict created another, as the sea cannot fully feed, clothe, and shelter the children of land. Realizing this, the kobolds tacitly condoned the Lominsan settlement of Lanasia. We shared an unspoken agreement. But now the kobolds aggressively assert their dominion, threatening our very survival. Adherence to the pact is meaningless if it means our demise. It comes time for us to take a stand, seek the wisdom of Arnlona, and learn how. Oh. It's you I must speak to. Return to me once you've collected 3 vials of ladybug viscera. It's elementary, really. Aphids live in fear of ladybugs, and so applying the scent of ladybug blood to our crops is certain to ward off the parasites. We are manipulating the laws of nature. Of course, we could have just let the ladybugs go on defending the crops as always, and not squash them for their viscera, but I hardly see the science in that. Well, there's also the fact that they could be quite aggressive at times. What are these gloves? It's like I put on some oven mitts. Or winter gloves. So, Antioch has at last abandoned the naive hope that the kobold menace would abate of its own accord. Their numbers have increased manifold as they expand southward. The food shortages, spurred by overpopulation, quicken the cycle of aggression. The common beggar would know better than to expect foodstuffs aboard a stagecoach bound for the stead. The filthy scamps grow desperate. We need only set the bait, and their hunger will be their undoing. Tell Antioch to make the arrangements. Ingenious. We'll trap the hungry kobolds as one would any rodent. And I know just the bait to set. Tell Skarnmar to set aside some dodo meat from our next shipment. Set a bit of that in blind iron mines, and the little gluttons won't be able to resist. I hand dead dodo to you, and you kill kobolds for me. A bargain if I ever heard one. Take this over to Quabadi, south of the mines. She'll know where it goes. Good to see the Red Rooster Stead hasn't turned chicken on us. Once you've found a good hiding spot, open the crate of meat nearby. The kobolds will follow their noses. By the time they see you, it'll be too late. Give me a second, kobolds. Here I am. What are you doing, throwing bombs in a cave? Hasn't anyone told you that's a bad idea? You've done it. I expected no less. I don't know what we'd have done without you, which makes me wonder what we will do once you've gone. I was hoping you might visit the drowning wench and speak with Byrnjolf. It is no secret the Yellowjackets pay him heed. Mayhap he would put in a word so that the stead might procure their protection. Alrighty then, I guess I'll just go back to Limsa Lominsa real quick. Turn to my quest at the Marauders Guild and talk to Byrnjolf. I've been going for 6 hours now. So the stead's in over their heads. But the kobolds, are they? 'Twas wishful thinking to believe the mind rats would stay put in Ogomoro. Yeah. Any barkeep can tell ye, as rodents are wont to spread, this wave just come sooner than reckoned. The pact was a farce. No handshake ever solved a blood feud. We just needed to lick our wounds a while as all. Well, I suppose they're all healed up. Even the maelstrom's taken note of how the rascals run rampant. You can be sure they're ordering crystals to summon Titan, and God's help us if they do. Limsa'll look back on these petty thefts and skirmishes as the good old times when that day comes, I tell ye. And there won't be a company of arrows around to answer our prayers this time neither. Well, an ounce of prevention's worth a pound's of cure. I'll take to the Yellowjackets and see if they can't slow the kobolds' advance on the stead. to... That doesn't really help much, you know. Okay, I guess it does. I don't really need the mind or intelligence. I guess it's just what +1 vitality. So I'll just do that so I can upgrade the item level. Welcome back, Heidi. Your actions have saved many from needless injury and anguish. But though your efforts are to be commended, there is yet much work to be done. Kujata, the object of your vengeance, has trampled a farmer's wagon as he thundered through the lands of Tiller's Rest. The foodstuffs spilled from the overturned wain have attracted all manner of hungry predators. Without produce for the market, the farmers will surely suffer for coin this season. Your duty is thus clear. Put down these rapacious scavengers and preserve the cargo. And where exactly is this? Ah. Alright, fine. Ugh. Well, I don't think I'll be preserving that pot. Or that barrel. The alcohol looks like it's still good, though. you been standing there for, like, since the start of my stream? Once again, your capacity for carnage has been tested and proven. The creatures you defeated, however, were merely some of the many base scavengers that subsist on the scraps left in the wake of Kujata's rampages. To face Kujata himself, you yet require far more training. But do not despair, Heidi. As Axe Master and fellow marauder, this I swear, I will not rest until I have taught you how to wring every last ounce of power from your weapon, until the blade of your axe can slice cleanly through the thickest hide, the most knotted muscle, the densest bone. This menace will fall by your hand. You may find yourself drawn to explore the possibilities offered by other disciplines and guilds. These distractions are inevitable and perhaps necessary, but I urge you to soon return to the path of the marauder. I do not wish your edge to dull just as you begin to show such potential. Fare you well, Heidi. And okay, so better gloves and green boots. It looks like it gives me better gloves, so I'll just take those. Alright. All these look nice. I see you have been diligent in your training. You need not tell me in words. It shows in your bearing, in your unwavering gaze. It is time for you to once more lift your axe in service to the guild. There have been reports of a sizable creature roaming the outskirts of Aelport in western Lanasia. The monster is no Kujata, but the threat it presents to the locals is nonetheless sufficient to warrant our attention. It should also prove a worthy foe to test your burgeoning prowess. How to find this beast? Well, I am fortunate enough to count among my acquaintances a veteran hunter and archer by the name of Rainfred. He took up residence in Aelport some years ago, and will gladly aid you in this task. With Rainfred's, is it Rainfred or Rainfred? With Rainfred's assistance, you are to track down this prowling danger and provide it swift and bloody passage to the afterlife. May your axe swing true. There it is. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Back into town. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Pirate Chocobo. Yeah, I guess you could only take me to Swiftbridge. Really, no Chocobo music? I thought there would have been Chocobo music. Did I turn it up at some point? Play music when mounted. There we go. Thank you very much, Chocobo. I'll walk from here. That is one big crab. I'm not gonna talk to that guy. I'm just here to do my gold quest. One of Wernzoen's girls, are ye? Well, I've known that sprat since he was knee-high to a... Well, he was always kind of a big fella. Well, he was always kind of a big fella, was Wernzoen. And now they call him Axemaster, eh? Not a subtle lot, you marauders. So I suppose you're here to hunt down our local trouble. What ye need do, then, is take yourself northwest up towards Camp Skull Valley and give a good whistle. The mean bugger you're after, his name's Patripatin, by the by, will come running across the weeded plains. He'll think you're trespassing on his territory, see? So you better have that cleaver of yours ready. Oscorn's blessings be upon ye. Okay, back to the Marauders Guild. I have been in contact with Rainfred, and he had naught but praise for you, Heidi. Her representation of the guild has been exemplary. There is one more task I would have you complete this day. A task that will demonstrate for you just how strong you have become. Report to Skapskin, where he waits on the bank of the ageless river, and he shall help you unveil the untapped power of your axe. Okay, and where is this one at? Okay, just outside the city. Aye, lass, I know why you're here. And after seeing this big old boulder, I'd wager you know why you're here too. Now my rock's a bit more of a challenge than those pebbles Rotgheim had you training on. To crack this beauty will require a relatively heavy swing. Impossible, you say? Ha! Wernzoen wouldn't send you out here if he didn't think you capable. Would you look at that? And on your first attempt, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Axemaster for you. I knew you would return before long. The deafening crack of shattering boulder reached me even here. This feat of strength deserves recognition, and you shall have it in the form of a new technique, adopted and perfected by our guild forebears. The tomahawk throw was first devised by pirates as an opening attack on closing enemy vessels. Though we primarily focus on close-quarter combat, you will no doubt find that having a powerful ranged attack... That is not what he said at all. You will no doubt find that having a powerful ranged strike at your disposal greatly expands your tactical versatility. I sense that the impending confrontation with Kujata weighs heavily on your mind, Heidi. But hurried swings lead to glancing blows. There is no swift road to attaining the peak of mastery you seek, only a steady, measured ascent. Alright, now I can continue sort of towards the story. Eh? You be wanting to cross Ostron's embrace? If ye ain't in a hurry to be someplace, I'd rather ye hold off for a bell or two. Presently the bridge is such a right confusion of wagons and such, the damn things like to collapse. We expect a bit of congestion. But with this being the only bridge connecting the roads from the dry docks to Limsa Lominsa, but today's traffic is something awful. Speaking of which, what in the seven hells does Wurstmega think he's playing at deserting his post at a time like this? Do me a favor, would ye? Track down that skittish bugger and tell him to get his arse back to directing the chaos at the embrace. Bah! 'Twas only a matter of time before they sent someone after me, I suppose. Aye, I heard ye. The bridge is a bloody mess. Truth be told, I wish the damn thing would collapse. It'd save me the suffering. can't simply wave me hands and have everything suddenly sort itself out, now can I? And if I try reasoning with those demon-spawned coachmen, I'm like to get me head bit off. Listen, if you're not going to let me be, then can ye at least have a word with the more irate wagon drivers? You know, soothe their tempers some? That'll be one less headache for me to deal with. You can take your self-important words and take a dive in the harbor. I have shipwrights expecting this cargo, and it'll be a cold day in Thanalan before I back down first. Make way, ye ugly bilge-rat! I should have been in Limsa bells ago. I'll calm down when fishbacks learn to fly. Now move your arse. Perhaps you do have a point. Shall endeavor to keep a hold on my temper, if only to see the situation resolved before the moon turns. Well, if you put it like that, then maybe I'll hold me tongue for a bit. Well, I'll be damned. You actually managed to calm them buggers down? You're a miracle worker, and that's the honest truth. All I need is for the drivers to heed me directions without all that snapping and snarling, you see. Well, I'd best be at it afore they lose their tempers again. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if you could let Captain Doozrail know I'm back on the job. Actually, it's probably Doozrail. Oh. Worst Maga is back at his post, is he? Your tongue must be made of silver to have accomplished that feat. He can't handle the yelling, you see. The gods only know how such a delicate flower survived guard training in the first place. And he's never going to survive duty at the bridge now that work on the Victory has a flood of deliveries coming in and out every bloody day. Horse Maga, better harden up, or start looking for a quieter line of work. I'm almost there! Oh, well, Drackle hasn't given up yet. that. Get a tune, shall we? Wah. Brum. Ibadoa. What you say? Another initiate, eh? Initiate, you say? Getting lots of initiates these days. Lots of initiates. What day you say it was? Now, I reckon this initiate here looking for work. Is it work you seek, eh? Well, ye need not fret, as I just happen to have a task what needs tending. A dear friend of mine, Rosten Sumner or such, is holed up in the lighthouse on the side of the grip. Used to be that I'd visit the lad once a se'night to see how he was faring. But me legs just ain't the same since the gout gone and grabbed hold of them. I'd be grateful if ye could check up on the candlekeep in me stead. Oh, and don't ye be forgetting to take along 4 curved jackal fangs. Tell him they's from Ibadoa. He'll understand. Oh, woe is me! I seem to have gone and misplaced 4 of my packed lunches. Whatever am I to do? I can hear Otbrim's belly grumble from all the way over here. I'm certain I made enough for everyone, so it must be that I either dropped a few or gave some to the wrong fellows. Oh, did you hear that? It was Otbrim's belly again. He does not look at all pleased, does he? I must stay with my cart. If you could search the dry docks to see if you cannot find those lunches, I would be eternally grateful. I might even whip something to get. I might even whip together something special for it. Ah! Did you see that? Otbrim just gave me an evil eye. If those lunches don't turn up soon, I'm afraid he'll come over here and eat me. Fafu be needing one of her lunches back, you say? And here I was beginning to think the lass had eyes for me. Not that she's me type, mind ye. I like me women a few hands taller, and a few pounces heavier, and a few shades bluer, if you catch me drift. I wouldn't have minded the extra meal, though. A man can work up quite a craving when he's been pounding, stretching, and shaping sheets of iron all day. Don't tell me you came to collect my lunch. I can see it in them accusing eyes of yours. Sure, I knew right well that none of these lunches was meant for me, what with today being my day off and all, but I never thought little Wafufu would miss just one. If I give back the lunch, would you promise me you'll not mention that it was I who took it? I don't want the lass to think I was trying to swindle her. Though, that's sort of what I was trying to do. But she doesn't have to know that now, does she? Right then, carry on. Please tell me you found the lunches. I swear Otbrim has shifted several paces closer since you departed. One, two, three, four! You did it! You found all the missing lunches! Now perhaps I can rest in peace knowing that Otbrim won't be indulging in his cannibalistic fantasies. At least for today. You have a missive for me from Forge Master Hinanza. I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered over a moon past. Let's see it then. An important message entrusted to you by Nordic and Vimeli's Forge Master Hinanza, with orders to deliver it to the Victory shipwright Otbrim. Blast and botheration. Another delay. I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. And I have your name. Heidi, is it? Well, Heidi, this proud maiden you see, taking shape before you, is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the docks since the calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It's the symbol of Limsa Lominsa's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. Thus, we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the thalassocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. You fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Where in the seven hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with the shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Byrnjolf, recently left Candlekeep Quay to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa Lominsa, but has yet to return. I have sent several missives to Hallbroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right, nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Quay in my stead, and inform Hallbroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the Sea of Eternity. When it comes to Riveton, you could search the realm over, but you won't find none better than Heskessel. 10 score rivets a bell. I drive. Twice that if I'm not in me cups. The key to driving rivets, proper like, is how hot you can get the buggers. The hotter the rivet, the stronger the bond she'll make with the steel plate. Problem being, was I to heat me rivets to the forge, he'd be cold as a dead horse crotch by the time I hauled him back to the victory. 'Tis why I used the white-hot cores lightning sprites. But as you can see, me supplies running a tad low. If it ain't too much trouble, would ye be so kind as to fetch me some? You look as if ye could take on a whole pack of sprites with one hand tied behind your arse. Looks like the armor I started with, almost. I'm looking for a strapping young adventurer, good with her numbers, to help tally our remaining supply of planks and logs. But I suppose you'll have to do. Wow. I could count. Now that work on the victory is nearing completion, I need one final count on the lumber we have, so I can determine if we'll need more. I already have Raisin Milzen and Rumo Falamo started on the tally, so speak with them and see what they found. Then bring me back the exact number of quarterdeck logs and forecastle planks remaining on site. Understood? Just finished me count of the cedar masts, and the yardmaster ain't going to like what I have to tell him. What? You'll tell him for me? Well, be me guest then, lass. The Victory, being as big as she is, will be outfitted with 3 full-sized masts, and 2 smaller masts. Each mast will have its own set of 4 to 5 spars of cross masts, from which the sails hang. One need not be a scullery. One need not be a scullery from Milvan's Gate to know that a whole hell's worth of lumber. And so, just how many mast-worthy logs did I count here? 4. Not 400, not 4 score, not even 14. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can take that to the yardmaster, but don't say I didn't warn you. Come on, you can get up there. I said you can get up there. Come on. There we go. "200 oak birthing planks. Not one more, not one less. I counted them twice, and then I counted them thrice more, just for good measure. You may be in trouble, though, if them shipwrights need any more than what you see before ye. Fires of the Calamity claim most of the trees and old oak wood. And what are those that remained, ye ask? Why, we chopped down the rest and help build the Victory." Oh dear, the Gardanians aren't going to be too pleased about that. I trust ye had enough fingers to help ye through the Talion. So tell me now, what did you find? Must be grim numbers indeed. The Calamity may be just a fading memory, but it seems we're still far from truly healing. As a salt-blooded Lominsan, it pains me to say it, but we may have but we may have to turn to them tree folk in Gridania if we're to finish the victory on time. Your teeth. So hand them over. I also need your cord. It can get right lonesome up here, all alone with naught but the wind's chill to keep a man company. Some days I carve jackal fangs to help clear me head of the voices calling me back to the great blue. What's this? Ubadoa send ye, did he? Well, you tell that old man that he needn't waste his few last sons in this realm worrying about poor Rosny. Oh God. I'll carry on as I always have in the service of the sailors, alone till the day I die. Whilst the carvins help keep me head clear, a bit of company would ease the solitude. Truth is, with each turn of the sun, I creep ever closer to the brink of madness. All day and all night I dream of someone who might rescue me from this prison, someone broad and hale, with skin the color of the sea, and eyes what'll suck you in like a maelstrom. Someone like Grimthada. I've been enchanted by her sweet magic since I first saw her. young lass from the Moraby dry docks, on patrol of the God's Grip. She smiled at me, but I was too at up inside by fear to meet her gaze, and now since her promotion to head watch, she can't be bothered to make the climb. I would tell her how it is I feel, but need duty to the sailors. Wait! I might be you could tell her for me? I'd make it worth your while. You can take her a nice Lanosian lily bell. Do you think she'd like that? I reckon she'd like it. I'd reckon she'd like that. Ain't met a woman that didn't like flowers. Uh-oh. I guess I don't need either the one. Does that self-righteous dog, Otbrim, doubt that I've never told him anything less than the truth? Turtleback Island? He cannot do that, can he? I swear on my poor Nana's grave, Navigator rest her soul, I know not of this, Frillsmid, nor his precious supplies. Hells, we here at the quay have had enough trouble these past few suns. What with the sinking of the Lominsan cargo ship off the Salt Strand, I haven't the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in off the grip. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, then you most certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the Salt Strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows? You may just run across this Frillsmid. Everyone seems so eager to find. Here's to hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Excuse me, adventurer. Might I have a moment of your time? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Azumin, Field Assessor of Milvan's Gate. My work with the Custom House involves the investigation of claims made regarding the unlawful import of restricted items from foreign shores. Recently, there have been a number of petitions made by the residents of Candlekeep Quay concerning a species not native to Vilebrand. If this species is indeed alien to the island, it must be located and destroyed immediately, before it is allowed to reproduce and possibly disturb the natural balance found here amongst the area's fauna. I would ask that you take this lump of fetid dodo flesh and place it upon one of the mounds of soil, thought to be the nests of the invasive species. The odor should draw forth whatever creatures lurk beneath, leaving them easy targets. Let's go down this way first. Ah, there's the lad. Hi, I'm Frillsmid. You say the foreman's wondering on me whereabouts? I thought he might be. But he must know I cannot show me face at the dry docks until I've righted the terrible wrong I caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Quay, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we was halfway twixt shore and ship, the swells had risen to nigh on 10 yalms, and 'twasn't long afore the waves had hold of us. Try as we might to steady the boat, nature's grip was too tight, and we was flung headlong into the Lominsan galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the salt strand. I has made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with current, and I ain't a one with a sword. And now ye see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. This is kind of pretty. Probably really bad for this environment. Come at me. Did he just clap at me? Oh, very rude. Well, here's your stuff back. That night I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long before the world round me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the 7 hells, and I awoke to find myself washed ashore, and here I has been ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage me master's cargo. The missing parts! I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away, but first I must stop by the quay so that I might pay me respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for a handful of coin. Oh. Can you tell Otbrim that I'll be back at the dry docks by nightfall? Many thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness. Oh wait, that wouldn't be it all. There we go. That should be it. No, wait, no. Okay, now that should be the last of them. Tavenarian mites? I have collected eggs from cargo carried on ships hailing from Radzat before, but always in Limsa Lominsa. There were no records of ships traveling to or from the tiny island nation, making stops here in Cattlekeep Quay. Nor would they ever need to, unless the mites did not come from a ship that laid anchor here, or from a different vessel, one with more heinous motives. I believe this will require further investigation. I thank you again for your assistance. Perhaps I may require your services again in the near future. A gift from me from the Candlekeep at Ocean's Torch. I don't recall ever meeting anyone. Ah, Ilanosian Lilybell. Yes, it's coming back to me now. Rustze, I believe his name was. I remember specifically commenting on how I despised my patrols through the god's grip, for the area is full of Lanosian lilybells, and the terrible weeds always send me into sneezing fits. While I am flattered, I'm afraid I cannot return the gesture. As head watch of the Moraby dry docks, it is my responsibility to see that the peace is kept until the victory's christening. Simply having the time to pay would-be suitors any mind, no matter how desperate they may be. Though perhaps once the ship is complete, I could consider a climb up the peninsula. perhaps. Eh? Where'd you crawling from? I don't recall sitting for no initiates, eh? Heidi Schrötter? I once knew a lass named Heidi back when I served on the Cloud Dancer. She was a buxom young lass with eyes as big and round as ogre pumpkins. He ain't her, though. Those ain't quite right. And who are ye? Again. Ah. Got something to tell me, has he? Runce? What's that mumbling milksop whining about this time? Oh, let me guess. He's lonely? Ah! Put a pair of warm women in his arms, and another on his lap, and he'll be right as rain. 'Tis what I do to help me forget that what ails me. Not that old Mibodoa needs much help with forgetting, mind ye. Might be that I'll send him up a few saucy strumpets this coming eve. Three quarters, and I can be done with the day's work, and back to the alehouse, where I belong. Leviathan's eye! He really done gone and fetched me the blinkin' cores. Otburn will be right pleased to see that, he will. 'Twas the foreman what came up with the idea to use cores to heat the rivets. A clever one, that man. Sharper than a fang in a fishback's beak. Probably is why he made Chief so quick-like. I am relieved to hear that both Frostmid and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish for him to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas here adjacent the dry docks were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin have been known to conjure. Heidi, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Nordic and Vimilis. I still do not like you. Okay. But that does not mean I do not trust you. Gimthara, head of the watch here at the dry docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Despite all Limsa Lominsa's endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handfuls of coin, just the thought of it sickened me. Ah yes, I had a feeling you would be the one Otbrim sent. Since you first arrived at the Morleby dry docks, I've had my men watch you. There's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It is simply protocol. You'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then, I assume Otbrim inform you of what your task would entail. The pirates, we believe, are conspiring to raid the dry docks, were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the men, posing as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Kinango, stationed at the rear gate, can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Heidi! I knew it! No more sardines for Kinango tonight. I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going with some of the other guards on who Otbrim would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Ah, the job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cape with a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Nemea, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though. Fireflies! Destroy them! Really? I haven't killed enough of them yet? I get 4 of them. It's only 3. Oh well. What do we have here? A little lost lamb come looking for her mommy. We's a nice fire going. Why not come and sit your tender arse down by old One Tooth? I'll keep ye all warm and toasty like. I'll keep ye all warm and toasty like. Bugger off, ye unbloodied whelp. Ye reek of an old maid's teats, and it's making me wine taste more sour than it already is. Oh, aren't these the pirates that Y'shtola was spying on in Limsa Lominsa when I had that vision? I'm giving you to the count of 9 to step back on that path and carry your adventuring arse back down to whatever rock it is ye crawled out from under. You see, I's add it up to me ears with your type roaming the hills like they was yours to roam. It's getting to me that a man canna enjoy a mug of rum without some shite breath outlander running up out asking which is the way to the local leave meet. 7 hells if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddammit. Thou's bowels. Once we have me boy back and putting this godforsaken fizzle of an island so far behind me, ain't no one'll remember I was ever here. Come on, Scrags. We's knives to sharpen. Sorry about that, a friend messaged me. So, the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting me boy back? Be that their target never was the victory? Something is not right. And I won't sit by idly waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I shall order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Heidi. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. I am concerned, Heidi. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry docks, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Limsa Lominsa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion, and you, Heidi, are just the woman to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guard submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area, Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not to whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Urswurst at the front gate or Kinango at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Hail, adventurer. Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up security. The gods know our reports would sit on Gimthoda's desk, gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking along the cliff near the Empty Heart. I'd take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. You mean that guy up there? Sure, I'll go talk to him. Hopefully without getting eaten by a jackal. Now there are several of them here. Excuse me, sir. If you're gonna jump, be sure to do a flip. Bah! Spotted me, did ye? Well, yeah, you're not really in the best hiding spot. Well, you're too late! What's to happen is already happening. Alright. Oh, I can't even jump down there. This might be a bad idea. Ow. Alright. Did I remember to attune to the etherite? For some reason I just can't remember. Yeah, okay, I did. Cancel. So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I knew you were the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening. Captain! Trouble at the shipyard! Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you? Pirates, out of nowhere. Stuck me good. Gods below, we are not prepared for this. The pirates. Soldier, how many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives! And there is no time to lose. Heidi, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage these intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, then follow after. Make haste now. Which way am I? Oh, I'm going this way, alright. Yep. Get over here. So, you've attacked during the fog, have you? Clever. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. Duh! What are you doing? You great bloody fool! Set your trap, boy! This will all be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood into splinters. Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and that's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into me treacherous, backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright. And building a bleeding maelstrom vessel at that. What under Limlayan's wide green ocean made ye take up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, da. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. I wondered why Otberm never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. This ship's a symbol, all right, of everything that went wrong with the world. And I mean to shatter it unto 100,000 pieces. Gunthora, Heidi, pray, beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug and make sure no harm comes to the Victory. I see you there, Magic Hero. Get out of here. Oh, God. There we go. I must be getting old, letting some green venturer get the best of me. Da. That's one big bloody ship. Big and nasty looking. He made that, did he? My thanks, Heidi. I shudder to think what may have become of the victory without your intervention. The pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. My thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down? Pray, convey my thanks and my apologies to Gimthada. How fare you, Heidi? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship, saved the budding hope of Limsa Lominsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are to truly keep the dry dock safe. Hotburn apologizes? Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him. But in time, I believe he will come to a single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory completed, and in the water. By the by, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellowjackets. Raynor's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellowjackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. Should you have the time to spare, I would ask of you another favor. Heidi, in light of your role in recent events, there are few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since last we spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Otspen, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script we believe to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa Lominsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be a great interest to the Maelstrom. Fortunately, none among us can make any sense of this message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellowjackets are wont to turn to Bedoran and his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this missive to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench, into his hand and no other. Do you understand? Ahoy there, Heidi. I've been hearing about your deeds at the dry docks. Hotburn laid out the entire tale for me, for Sod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least he kept the victory from being sunk before she sailed. And for that, I owe ye me thanks. You've really made a name for yourself here in Limsa, lass. Folk know that when they need summat doing. You need summat doing? And what might that be? Ye want someone to read a message writ in funny letters for ye. And Gimthora thought I might know a man as could. Well, let's see it then. Aye. I reckon I might know a canny bugger what can read stuff like this. Ugly sod, by the name of Old Veteran. You know, you're like one of me regulars now, Heidi. You've never let me down, yet a navigator helped me. I reckon I can trust ye. Gimthora was right to want this message deciphered. We've got us some trouble brewing here, and no mistake. Get ready for action, and I'll explain. Good to have ye aboard, lass. Now then, where to start? Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned me living as a sellsword. In that business, if ye wanted to know what your enemy was up to, ye had to learn to read the orders ye prized from the cold dead hands of his mates. And that's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagan letters, lass, and I should know. I've gathered more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse though. The plan to blow up the Victory is all in here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of hell in western Lanasia, then hit the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the Victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates. 'Twas a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this aright, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw ye was onto them. Rushed in to do the job and buggered it up. Them tattooed-faced bastards, as they say, was paying Otberm's old man. They're with the Serpent's Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? Did they have somewhat better to do, or what? There they are. 7 L's. I've got it all backwards. The mess at the Victory. That was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby. They're after men, just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This bit about raising hell in western Lanasia, that's where it'll be. Someone tells me Swift Birch is about to get hit, and hit hard. Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Raynor at the Coral Tower, and tell him he's in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an hand, eh? You can be damn sure you'll need him. You'll need one. All right, who messaged me? No, I do not want to join. Who sent that? Was that you? Nope. Well, no one in here right now. Oh wait, they're in the Marauders Guild. That's right. We'll just teleport there. Yes, I am Raynor. Ah, he must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the Victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Byrnjolf? Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet evening are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me, what is afoot? An assault on Swiftperch? But we've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are amassing for an attack. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Byrnjolf is rarely wrong about such matters. I will marshal the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Byrnjolf's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir. Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They mounted a large-scale assault on South Tidegate and threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the Navigator, it seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance that this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. Or font. I think it might be feint. I don't know. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch vulnerable to those pirate traitors. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us, but wishes will avail us not. Schrötter, you must serve in their absence. Make for Swiftperch with all haste and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement's defense. Yeah, it's a bit pricey. Let's see about getting a chocobo there. Wait, what? Rent a chocobo. Yes, very good. Remember. Oh. Okay, this is a bit different. Thought it would take me there automatically. And yet, I'm steering. Oh, whoops. There we go. I don't feel like I'm going very fast. Commodore Rayner sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Swiftbirch, it was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody ilm, you hear me? That was loud. Here they come! People should really get indoors. Here now, I thought all them yellow jacket worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plans, has he? Now what? Pull back and wait for our Sahagin brothers? Piss on that! We ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood what stains Lord Leviathan's altars. Yellow bellies ye can butcher at will. Them dirt-eating slugs'll be crushed under the full might of the serpent weavers. Seems Swiftbirch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you are rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all. For Limsa Lominsa! Hark! I'll gut all you yellow bellies and dance on your gizzards. Very loud over there. And again, when is war ever quiet? I see you, maid. Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. The source of her strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golden, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. That the wisdom of the Paragon should be brought low by mere mortals. Paragons? Did he say? Then it is as I feared. They are known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Ascians to give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlanes have encountered Ascians before. I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait. I did begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift. Are you alright, lass? If I had known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those Reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Ystrolla. Please, give our regards to the Scions. I am glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of the most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray send my greetings to Commodore Raynor. It is very windy here. I will leave and go to Limsa Lominsa. Maybe it's nicer there. Well, the wind is gone, but it's definitely rainy here. Schrötter, eagerly I have awaited your return. Word of your exploits is already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and sound judgment. Would that Limsa Lominsa had more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of Eorzea's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Clearly, Badoran's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt even he imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favor me with your own account of the day's events? Such victories bear retelling. Ystrolla has been working with us for quite some time, you see, and she was only too willing to assist the Yellowjackets in the kidnapping investigation, proving herself a stalwart ally of Limsa Lominsa yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swiftbirch, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the thalassocracy. Admiral! May I present to you Admiral Rolfswin. I know that's most likely not how it's pronounced, but I'm gonna have a lot of trouble trying to remember how it is.
So, this is the adventurer I've been reading about in the field reports. I am Melvib Blufisfin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa.
So it's Melvib. So the R is silent, and the W is pronounced as a V. Okay. Alright.
On behalf of my people, I bid you thanks for the deeds you have done this day. A token of our gratitude. What worth is high regard without just reward, after all? Ha! Since you first set foot in our city, my good friend Baderon and Commodore Rayner have taken turns at regaling me with tales of your exploits. Safe to say, they left an impression. Join me at the coming banquet. A seat of honor at the celebratory feast is the least I can offer the woman who foiled the Sahagin.
Oh! A seat at the feast!
Oh, and don't be late. Your fellow guests will be eager to take the measure of their newest hero, and some do not take kindly to being kept waiting. Till then, may you walk in the light of the crystal.
So I have critical hit and strength, direct hit, piercing resistance. Okay. I am not sure you understand just how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. It is a highly coveted honor, while even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service to the thalassocracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has the enormity of this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before the assembled dignitaries of Limsa Lominsa. And now that I have imagined the scene, I realize that you will require attire suitable for the occasion. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Baderon can arrange. He is surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Well, before I do that, let me well, that. Yeah, well, I'll walk. Well, well, if it ain't Myrtlevibs, I forgot the R is silent. If it ain't Myrtlevibs, guest of honor, obnobbing with the iron mighty, now is it? And tell ye, lass, I damn near snorted ale out me nose when I heard the news. You've come a long bloody way, you have, and that's the truth. Well, one thing's for sure. You'll not want for decent grub. These banquets are catered by the bleedin' Bismarck, no less. There's a grand chance to fill your belly to burstin' in with fine and, more importantly, free food. But we can't have ye turnin' up in your shite-caked venturin' gear. No, the era of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about her. If only to stop folk complaining when she stuffs her face with cake. Take yourself over to the octant and speak to Genissim of the Bruguiere Consortium. She'll furnish ye with somewhat ladylike to wear. I've already had a word with her, so all you need do is pick up the goods, then bring 'em back here, so as I can tell you what's next. I swear his voice changes every time I try to talk. Good morning, miss. I assume you're the underdressed lady Bateran mentioned. I see he was not exaggerating. I have chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. Fear not, I am certain you will absolutely adore them. Been to see Genissim, Abby? Let's have that box then. Here we go. A nice pair of dress shoes for ye. Lass mightn't have much else to her name, but so long as she's got a decent pair of shoes on her feet, there ain't nowhere she can't go. Think of 'em as a gift from me and all the other folk you've done right by along the way. Aye. It's a very moving gesture, I know. Just don't go welling up on me, eh? Wouldn't do for Limsa's new hero to turn up at the banquet soaked in her own tears and snot. Any road, that's your garb sorted. Now you just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll tell ye where you're meant to go. At least all I need is shoes. You're ready then, are ye? Good. The banquet'll be starting soon. If you'd waited any longer, I'd considered it me civic duty to hit ye over the head and drag ye there. Now make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when you turn up, all right? Carrying them won't do no good. They're meant to make ye look like a lady. Remember, a lady's bleeding lackey. As for directions, the feast's being held on the bridge in the Admiral's briefing room. Speak with Xanthale in Bulwark Hall, and he'll show you the way. Just keep that head held high, lass. After everything you've done for Limsa, you've good reason to be proud, and don't let no highborn bugger tell you different. Can't really only see my feet because of my hotbar. You look a bit silly. And then what else can you do? It's not like I don't have any nicer outfits that I could put on. Gods damn, it's already midnight. I mean, going on for almost 8.5 hours, oh god. Dress shoes. Fancy dress shoes. An adventurer wearing fancy dress shoes. Oh, now those are some fancy dress shoes. Come, adventurer. I will show you to the briefing room.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, join me now in honoring this woman for her services to our great nation. May the navigator guide and protect her on her journey till sea swallows all. These pirates you encountered with the tattooed faces, they call themselves the Serpent Reavers. Their ranks are formed of cutthroats and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the primal Leviathan. From what we have gathered, they sought to swell their numbers by spiriting away any soul unfortunate enough to cross their path. I need not tell you the depth of the animosity between us and the Sahagin. How any seaman worth his salt could devote himself to the fishback's god is a question for a more temperate mind than mine. But, thanks to you, our citizens may once more go about their daily lives, safe in the knowledge that they will not be dragged into the darkness by those execrable curs.
Such an extraordinary glow. This is one of the crystals of light.
By the navigator.
After our encounter with the Gubu, you had a vision, did you not? Of a towering crystal. You bathed in her light.
Y'shtola's conclusion is clear, and I see no reason to doubt it. You are the vessel of a higher power. This being from your vision was the Mother Crystal. Your description matches what little we know of her. And if she has chosen you, then your deeds may yet shape the fate of nations, as once did the deeds of the Warriors of Light. Know you the tale? Like you, they were not of these lands, yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption of the Primals. When the Garlean Empire began its conquest of the realm, these heroes joined the Grand Companies and helped reforge the Eorzean Alliance. And at the Battle of Cartano, they took the field beneath our banners to fight for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the midst of that hell, that we lost them. Every soul who survived that battle will never forget how it was to fight beside them, We are proud to call them our comrades. Yet whenever we try to shout their names, the sound dies in our throats. And whenever we strain to see their faces with our mind's eye, naught but their shadows appear to us, set against a blinding light. Ask any true Eorzean who knew them, and the story will be the same. It is for this reason that we call them the Warriors of Light. When I look upon you, I cannot help but be reminded of them. Keep that crystal safe. In time, I believe the Mother Crystal will make clear her reasons for bestowing it upon you. Heed well her words, adventurer, for it is Heidi herself who speaks.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold! Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it cost them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
Bloody hells!
The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn! Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
God damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me! Damn it! Damn it all to the 7th hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link shells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louis Soir. To your positions.
Kasbamul, Soginin Moise Donzul.
That I should live to behold Bahamut once more.
Logalo, Asawad Deken Bet Mubut.
Magnificent. The eons of imprisonment have only made him hungrier.
Imarat way. Kiskat Toga Hats Wadadorns.
I am aware of them. Pay them no mind. They are powerless to act.
Sis Nigem. Fistun the only Lamrai Sadai Dorn.
It has begun. Soon the planet will regain its true form. Morning, sunshine. All a bit much for ye, is it? What happened? Ah, you don't remember then. He keeled over in the middle of the banquet and caused a right stir. I had to carry ye back to the wench myself. Well, I say carry. 'Twas more a matter of dragging and rolling. Too much cake, I reckon. Any road, don't fret. 'Tis little wonder ye was exhausted after everything you've done, everything you've been through lately. I had sneezed there. Your little nap seems to have put some color back in your cheeks. So I'll leave ye to it. Bugger! I almost forgot. The Admiral wants to have a word with ye. When he feels up to it, talk to Xanthale, and he'll let ye into the command room. Oh, and stay awake, eh? I am told old Mervib was in the middle of telling ye a story when he started snoring last time, man. I thought she'd look kindly on it if ye repeated the trick. I'm sorry, I can't control it. It happens at the most unopportune times. But sometimes it happens at very useful times. Ah, where are me bleeding boots? There we go. Now, on to visit the Admiral. Greetings, Heidi. Admiral Blosifswin. Blufisfin awaits you in the command room. Shall I announce you? I guess when it comes to that, I'll just say the Admiral. I don't know. Is it actually Mervib instead of Milvib? Ah, Heidi. It is good to see you on your feet again. You are recovered. Then let us waste no time. I have a task that needs doing. One I would entrust to no other. I'm surprised I don't try and talk about what happened. Like what I saw and all that. The duty I have in mind for you requires some explanation. I do hope you have not made other plans to business. I do hope you don't have any other plans to business then. Yeah, sure, I didn't really get that entirely accurate, but oh well. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. The Battle of Cartano and the calamity that followed claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon an Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship, and the warriors of light who might once have given them hope are gone. Yet we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. To that end, I am proposing that a memorial service be held in each of the city-states on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano. These letters contain the details of said proposal, and I would have you deliver them to our allies as my personal envoy. You have proven yourself a staunch and able ally to Limsa, but that is not my only reason for choosing you. No, I choose you because you possess a quality which puts me in mind of history's champions, a quality I feared lost. Say that you will perform this duty. I knew you would not disappoint me. This task shall take you far from the borders of our nation, to the city-states of Gridania and Ul'dah. A grueling journey, to be sure, were you to travel by sea and land, but I mean to have you take to the skies. An airship pass, to be used at your discretion. Airships bound for the nations of all allies leave from the landing connected to the bridge. But before you depart, I'd suggest you trouble Badaron for a few pearls of wisdom regarding each of your destinations. The old bastard is nothing if not well traveled. 'Tis a pity I cannot issue such passes with a freer hand, as I did in more peaceful times, when berths were not so limited. But in these times of war, every craft we commit to the clouds risks drawing the eye of the Empire, and every voyage must needs be born of necessity. Lest ye doubt, I consider your place well deserved. Nor am I alone in that opinion. There were other parties who would see you granted the privilege of air travel. Aye, Heidi, your deeds do not go unnoticed. Full many see great promise in you, but I have flattered you enough. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa and her people, I bid you go forth, adventurer. Discover the realm for which so many have fought and died. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either. Only by braving the unknown will you achieve the greatness of which you are surely capable. The light of the crystal guides you, and I wager that your destiny will be no small thing. Back from your meeting with the Admiral, are ye? Personal bleeding envoy. So you'll be carrying the word of the Admiral herself to the leaders of the Alliance? Bugger me, I knew you was going up. I knew you was going up in the world, but I didn't realize you'd got that bloody eye. I'm proud of ye, lass. Thinking of how far you've come, why, 'tis enough to bring a tear to me eye. And that ain't the ale talking either. Well, not just the ale, at any rate. Bless the navigator for steering ye my way. Of course, this is only the start. Now you've got your hands on an airship pass. The old of Eorzea's laid out before ye, like a fair maid on a feather bed. And she's a big girl, too, with plenty of enticing nooks and crannies. If ye think us Liminsans are characters, just wait till ye cross paths with the grim forest dwellers of Gardania, or trade coins with the crafty merchants of Ul'dah. And then there's the wild places where the beasties rule, and no bugger with an ounce of sense sets foot. But you're a adventurer, so I wouldn't let a little thing like that hold you back. Of course, it ain't all exploring and excitement. There's an heap of troubles that plagues every nation, see? 'Tain't just ours. I'm talking intrigue and infighting. Beastmen and their goddamn rivals. Aye, there's an ugly side to life, and sooner or later, you're bound to walk into it. But I'll wager there's bugger all out there as you can't handle. So it tells me you're going to be just fine. The realm's had it rough, 'tis true, but folk are beginning to recover from the beating the calamity dealt them. Call me an hopeless optimist, but it wouldn't take much to turn things around. 'Tis the perfect time for a adventurer like yourself to get out there and make a difference. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm pretty sure I can stop trying to talk in that accent here on out. Starting to hurt my throat a bit. Greetings, madam. This is the counter for passengers traveling to Gridania. Wait, aren't you that famous adventurer? It's Heidi Schrötter, isn't it? I thought I recognized you. You're an inspiration to us all, madam. Highwind Skyways is at your disposal. Will you be traveling with us today? Board the airship. Dong, dong, dong. Attention all passengers. The airship bound for Gridania is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. I will say, the airships are pretty cool, though I wish there was somewhere to sit. And I wish there were seatbelts as well. Good fortune to ye, Heidi. The day'll come when your name means the same as hero to the folk of this realm. May ye walk in the light of the crystal. Okay, I think I'm done reading for a little bit.
It has been 15 years, but the bitter taste of defeat lingers still. 15 years since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed. But an innumerable host of dragons met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great Midgard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest. Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods. Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, Even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet, it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balzar.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartano. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please, call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume?
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all. Clean up this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once, my lord.
Garland. Soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
Alright, I guess it's back to reading. Ah, you must be the envoy from Limsa... Limsa Lominsa. Welcome to Gridania, madam. The Elder Seedseer awaits your arrival. Greetings, good madam. You are the Lominsan envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray make your way into the city proper, and identify yourself to the Conjurer at Nafika's altar. She will admit you to the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits. You are the Lominsan envoy. Begging your pardons, madam, but might I inspect the missive you bear? Verily, this is the seal of the Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. Please come with me.
So you are the Lominsan envoy. And an adventurer besides. The realm owes much to you and yours. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Admiral.
A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartena. To think that 5 years have already come and gone. It seems like only yesterday that the Garlean Empire attempted to seize all that we hold dear. Rising in resistance, the city-states of Eorzea formed the Grand Companies, and joined hands in alliance. But, unbeknown to us, the Garleans sought not to best us in battle, but moved instead to enact a terrible plot. The Meteor Project, by which the lesser moon Dalamed would be torn down from the heavens to annihilate all life below. In a desperate bid to save the realm from certain destruction, our forces marched for the Carteno Flats, and there met the 7th Imperial Legion. More bloody a battle I have never seen, and would never wish to see again. Yet the carnage was but a prelude to the atrocity which followed. For despite our best efforts, Dalamed continued its descent, and from it emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who proceeded to rain fire upon Eorzea. The 7th Imperial Legion was consumed in the blinking of an eye, while our own forces fared little better. That any among us were spared defies explanation. All seemed sure to perish, as the flames converged upon us. I prepared myself for death, only for a brilliant light to envelop me, relieving me of my senses. When at last I awoke, Bahamut was gone, and the land which had but moments before been aflame now seemed to me a place unknown, not simply ruined, but changed. Archon Louisoix may well have been able to shed light upon these mysteries, but he, like so many, never returned from Carteno. And so we were left with countless questions, and no prospect of any answer. Yet such matters did not long occupy our thoughts, for we had far graver concerns. The calamity, as the devastation wrought by Bahamut has come to be known, laid our nations nigh to waste, and to this day we struggle to rebuild our lives and homes. To compound matters, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, while the Empire encroaches upon our borders, consolidating its foothold in Eorzea. The outlook, in short, is bleak. In the wake of the calamity, it has been all each nation could do to nurse its own wounds. Yet, if we were to weather the coming storm, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may well present an opportunity to rekindle the spirit of unity which first gave rise to the Alliance. I wholeheartedly approve of the Admiral's proposal. Necessary provisions shall be made for a service here in Gridania. You have done the people of Eorzea a fine service this day, and I would not put you to further trouble. I shall see that my reply reaches the Admiral anon. You meanwhile are bound next for Ul'dah, are you not? Please send the Flame General my regards. And if you would be so kind, I should appreciate it if you would inform him that a pet of mine has been ill-behaved of late. My wolf, to be precise. Needless to say, he must be brought to heel, and I would very much welcome the General's counsel on how this might be achieved. I thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safe to Ul'dah and beyond. I'll talk to this lad here. Greetings, madam. This is the counter for passengers traveling to Ul'dah. Oh, are you not Heidi Schrötter, the Limsa envoy? On behalf of all that high wind skyways, may I say what an honor it is to serve you. Will you be flying with us today? Ah, you must be the envoy from Limsa Lominsa. Welcome to Ul'dah, madam. The Flame General awaits your arrival. Welcome to Ul'dah, madam. We have been expecting you. Flame General Raban will receive you in the fragrant chamber. Please take the lift down to the hustings strip and speak with Bartholomew at the Royal Promenade. That is some really golden armor. I really like that sword though. Looks pretty cool. Does match his outfit. Wait, does he not have a shield? Or are you Dark Knight? No, you're a paladin. Where's your shield, dude? I'll grab this. The Lominsan envoy, I presume. Would you be so good as to allow me to inspect the missive you bear, madam? My thanks. Ah, yes, the Admiral's seal. Please proceed.
Ah, a guest from Limsa. I thought I smelled stale ale. I won't hold it against you. If you're half the warrior Merlvib says, 'tis a wonder you don't reek of dead Sahagin.
Merlvib. Okay.
Welcome to the Sultanate of Ul'dah. I am Rauban al-Din, General of the Immortal Flames. But you did not come all this way to trade formalities.
Cartano. Aye. I remember bloody Cartano. Do you know what happened that day, adventurer? When we took the field against the Garleans. So my counterparts have educated you. Connie's pet is giving her trouble, is it? Well, she should already know why. She should already know my mind on that subject. Wolves are beyond taming. 'Tis but a matter of time before they bare their teeth. So it was with the Garleans 50 years ago. No sooner had they learned how to use Magitech than they began seizing territory from their neighbors. And by then, Legatus Solus Zosgalvis. They swiftly brought the other nations of Ilzabard to heel, and so the Legatus became an emperor, and his republic an empire. An empire which then set its sights upon Eorzea. But the conquering emperor is now an old man of 80 winters. His health is failing, and he has no clear successor. Like as not, this is why the Garleans have been quiet of late. But the 14th Imperial Legion is still entrenched within our borders, and their commander, Legatus Gaius van Belsar, has long harbored ambitions of conquest. Were he to strike now, I fear we would fall like so many others before us. And not only Ul'dah, but Gridania and Limsa Lominsa as well. For the calamity brought the lot of us to our knees, and we've yet to get up. We barely have the strength to stand against the beast tribes. Never mind the primals they need to summon. We are a realm divided, adventurer. An alliance in name only. But the wolf cares not for the plight of its prey. The Garlean stir, the elder seer, would not let it go unnoticed. All other concerns pale in comparison to the Empire, even the beast tribes and their bloody primals. We must stand united once more, that much is clear, and if we're to do so, we must remember the cause which last brought us together. Rilviv will have her memorial. We will honor the memory of the fallen. We will remind the people what their brothers and sisters fought and died for. Shall I inform the Sultana and the Syndicate? I will speak with her grace myself. Very good, sir. The Admiral will have my reply anon. My thanks to you, adventurer. Ah, gods, I'm finally done. And with that, we're done. Thank you all for watching. And hopefully tomorrow, maybe I'll be able to start working on the Ul'dah starting zone. But until that time comes, farewell.